10 Practices 455 Cultivate practice in emulation of the Buddhas of past, present, and future. Buddha children, great enlightening beings have 10 kinds of practices, which are expounded by the Buddhas of past, present, and future. What are the 10? 1. The practice of giving joy. 2. Beneficial practice. 3. The practice of non-opposition. 4. The practice of indomitability. 5. The practice of non-confusion. 6. The practice of good manifestation. 7. The practice of non-attachment. 8. The practice of that which is difficult to attain. 9. The practice of good teachings. 10. The practice of truth. What is the great enlightening being's practice of giving joy? Here the enlightening beings are magnanimous givers, bestowing whatever they have with an equanimous mind, without regret, without hoping for reward, without seeking honor, without coveting material benefits, but only to rescue and safeguard all living beings, to include all living beings in their care, to benefit all living beings, and to emulate the original practice of all Buddhas, recall the original practice of all Buddhas, delight in the original practice of all Buddhas, purify the original practice of all Buddhas, further develop the original practice of all Buddhas, make manifest the original practice of all Buddhas, and expound the original practice of all Buddhas, to cause all sentient beings to be relieved of pain and suffering and attain comfort and happiness. When great enlightening beings cultivate this practice, they cause all living beings joy and delight. In any place there is poverty and want, they go there by the power of will to be born noble and wealthy, so that even if every single moment countless beings come to the enlightening beings and say, "Zero benevolent one, we are poor and in need, without sustenance, hungry and weak, worn out and miserable, on the brink of death, please pity us and give us your flesh to catch so that we may live," the enlightening beings would immediately give it to them, to gladden and satisfy them. Even should countless hundreds of thousands of beings come begging this way, the enlightening beings would not shrink back, but would rather increase even more in kindness and compassion. Indeed, because sentient beings all come seeking, the enlightening beings, seeing them, would become more joyful, and think, "I have gained a fine boon, these beings are my field of blessings, they are my good friends and benefactors without my asking them, they come to cause me to enter into the Buddha's teaching. I should now cultivate learning in this way, not controverting the wishes of sentient beings." They also form this thought, "May all the good that I have done, do, and will do, cause me in the future, in all worlds, among all beings, to receive an immense body, so as to satisfy all starving beings with the flesh of this body, and may I not die so long as even a single tiny creature is still not filled, and may the flesh I cut off be inexhaustible. By this virtue may I attain unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment, and experience great nirvana, and may those who eat my flesh also attain perfect enlightenment, attain impartial knowledge, fulfill all but 456 the flu/er ornament scripture dha teachings, extensively perform Buddha work until entering extinction without remainder. If the heart of even one sentient being is unfulfilled, I will not attain unexcelled perfect enlightenment." Thus do enlightening beings benefit the living, yet without any concept of self or any concept of sentient beings, or any concept of existence, or any concept of life, without various concepts, no concept of personality, no concept of person, no concept of human being, no concept of doer or receiver. They only observe the infinity of the realm of reality and the realm of sentient beings, their emptiness, absence of existence, synalxis, insubstantiality, indeterminacy, non-dependency, and non-creation. When they perform this contemplation, they do not see themselves, they do not see anything given, they do not see a receiver, they do not see a field of blessings, they do not see a deed, they do not see any reward, they do not see any result, they do not see a great result, they do not see a small result. Then the enlightening beings observe that all the bodies taken on by living beings in the past, future, and present eventually perish. Then they form this thought, "How remarkable it is how foolish and ignorant sentient beings are, within birth and death they receive countless bodies, which are perishable and transient, soon returning to decay and extinction, having already passed away, now passing away, and yet to pass away, they still cannot see the destructible body to sect the indestructible body. I should learn all that the Buddhas learn, to realize omniscience, know all truths, and explain to sentient beings the indestructible nature of reality, which is equal in past, present, and future, and which accords with utmost tranquility and serenity, to cause them to permanently attain peace and happiness. This is called the great enlightening being's first practice, of giving joy. What is the great enlightening being's beneficial practice? Enlightening beings maintain pure self-control, and their minds have no attachment to color or form, sound, fragrance, flavor, or feeling. Also they preach this to sentient beings. They do not seek power, social status, wealth, appearance, or dominions. They have no attachment to anything, but just firmly uphold pure conduct, thinking, as I maintain pure discipline, I shall surely get rid of all bondage, the torment of craving, oppression, slander, and disturbance, and will attain the impartial truth praised by the Buddhas. When enlightening beings maintain pure discipline in this way, even if countless devils should come to them in a single day, each bringing countless goddesses all well versed in the arts of pleasure, beautiful and alluring, with various amusing things, in order to disturb the enlightening being's attention on the way, the enlightening beings think, these desires are hindrances to the way and obstruct unexcelled enlightenment. Therefore they do not conceive even a single thought of lust, their 10 practices 457 minds are as pure as Buddha. The only exception is in terms of expedient means to teach and transform sentient beings, yet they still do not relinquish the determination for omniscience. Enlightening beings do not afflict a single sentient being in pursuit of their own desires, they would rather die themselves than to do anything which would afflict a single being. After enlightening beings have gotten to see the Buddha, they never arouse a single thought of desire, much less act upon desire. At this point, enlightening beings think, all sentient beings, throughout the long night of ignorance, think of desires, pursue desires, and are attached to desires, their minds are set in their ways and they are addicted to desires, whirling along with them, not having any freedom. I should cause these devils and these goddesses, and all sentient beings, to abide by the unexcelled precepts. Once they abide in pure discipline, their minds will never turn back from the direction of universal knowledge, and eventually they will attain unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment, and finally enter complete extinction with no remainder. Why? This is the work we ought to do. We should follow the Buddhas in cultivating this learning, and having done so, divorce all bad actions and get rid of the ignorance of the idea of self, enter all Buddha teachings by means of knowledge, and explain them to sentient beings, to rid them of delusion, all the while knowing, however, that there is no delusion apart from sentient beings and there are no sentient beings apart from delusion, that there are no sentient beings within delusion and no delusion within sentient beings, and also that it is not that delusion is sentient beings or that sentient beings are a delusion. Delusion is not something inside or outside, and sentient beings are not something inside or outside. They know all things are unreal, suddenly arising and suddenly perishing, having no solidity or stability, like dreams, like reflections, like phantoms, like illusions, fooling the ignorant. Those who understand in this way will be able to comprehend all actions, to master birth and death as well as nirvana, to realize enlightenment, to save themselves and cause others to gain salvation, to liberate themselves and enable others to gain liberation, to conquer themselves and cause others to be tamed, to become tranquil themselves and enable others to become tranquil, to be secure themselves and enable others to be secure, to be free from defilement themselves and cause others to be free from defilement, to be pure themselves and cause others to be pure, to be dispassionate themselves and cause others to be dispassionate, to be happy themselves and cause others to be happy. Here enlightening beings also form this thought, I should follow all the enlightened ones, detach from all worldly actions, fulfill all qualities of Buddhahood, abide in supreme equanimity, be impartial toward all beings, clearly understand the objective realm, get rid of all error, cut off all conceptualizations, abandon all attachments, and skillfully ng 458 the flower ornament scripture near emancipation, to ever abide mentally in unexcelled, inexplicable, independent, immutable, measureless, boundless, inexhaustible, formless, most profound wisdom. This is called the great enlightening being's second practice, of beneficial action. WHH is the great enlightening being's practice of non-opposition. Here enlightening beings always practice tolerance and forbearance, being humble and respectful, not harming self, others, or both, not stealing or causing others to steal, not being attached to themselves, to others, or to both, not seeking fame or profit. They only think, I should always expound the teaching to sentient beings, to cause them to divorce all evils, to cut off greed, anger, folly, pride, hypocrisy, stinginess, jealousy, obsequiousness, and dishonesty, and cause them to always abide peacefully in forbearance and harmony. When enlightening beings achieve this forbearance, even if countless beings should come to them and each being should produce countless mouths and utter countless words, unpleasant words, unwholesome words, displeasing words, undesirable words, words which are not those of the benevolent or the virtuous, words which are not those of wisdom, words which are not in accord with sagacity, words which sages do not approach, detestable words and unbearable words even if they abuse and revile. The enlightening beings with such speech, and, furthermore, if they all had countless hands, bearing countless cudgels, with which they attacked and injured the enlightening beings, without relenting, for immeasurable cons, howled enlightening beings encounter such torture, their hair standing on end, their life about to end, they form this thought, if my mind is disturbed by this suffering, then I have not mastered myself, I am not self-possessed, I do not understand myself, I am uncultivated, I am not properly stabilized, I am not at peace, I am careless, I give rise to attachments, how can I enable others to attain purity of mind? Then the enlightening beings also think, since beginningless time I have dwelt in birth and death and experienced its pains and vexations, and thus reflecting, they redouble their efforts, purify their minds, and attain joy. They skillfully tunk and concentrate themselves, and, themselves able to abide in the Buddha teaching, they also enable sentient beings to attain the same condition. They further reflect, this body is empty and null, it has no self or possessions, it has no reality, it is void by nature, with no duality. And neither pain nor pleasure has any existence, because all things are empty. I should expound this teaching for people, to enable all sentient beings to do away with their views. Therefore, though I meet with suffering today, I should accept it with patience, out of compassion for beings, to benefit beings, to pacify beings, out of pity for beings, to take care of beings and not abandon them, to attain enlightenment myself and also to enable others to attain enlightenment, so 10 practices 459 that my mind will never regress, and so that I may progress on the /way of Buddhahood. This is called the enlightening being's third practice, of non-opposition. What is great enlightening being's practice of indomitability? Here the enlightening beings cultivate various forms of energy: foremost energy, great energy, excellent energy, outstanding energy, supreme energy, sublime energy, exalted energy, unsurpassed energy, unequaled energy, comprehensive energy. They become naturally free from the 3 poisons of greed, hatred, and delusion, naturally free from pride and conceit, naturally not hypocritical, naturally not stingy or jealous, naturally not deceitful, naturally conscientious. Ultimately they do not make any effort that would afflict a single living being. They only make efforts to cut off all afflictions, to pull out the roots of all confusion, to get rid of all force of habit, to know all realms of living beings, to know where all beings die and are born, to know the afflictions of all sentient beings, to know the inclinations of all sentient beings, to know the perspectives of all sentient beings, to know the superiority and inferiority of faculties of all sentient beings, to know the mental activities of all sentient beings, to know all realms of phenomena, to know the basic nature of all Buddha qualities, to know the equal nature of all Buddha qualities, to know the equal nature of all time frames, to attain the light of knowledge of all Buddha teachings, to experience the knowledge of all Buddha teachings, to know the unique true character of all Buddha teachings, to know the infinity of all Buddha teachings, to attain far-reaching decisive knowledge of techniques of all Buddha teachings, and to attain the knowledge to analyze and expound the expressions and meanings of all Buddha teachings. Once enlightening beings have perfected these practices of energetic effort, if someone held say to them, "Can you pass countless cons enduring the pains of uninterrupted hell for the sake of each and every being in countless worlds, cause those beings to each meet countless Buddhas in the world, and through seeing Buddhas attain felicity and finally enter extinction without remainder, after which you yourself attain unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment?" They would answer, "I can." Then again, if someone should say, "There are countless oceans, you should drain them drop by drop with a hair tip, there are countless worlds, you should shatter them to atoms, and count each and every drop of the oceans and atoms of the worlds, and for that number of cons endure incessant suffering for the sake of living beings," the enlightening beings would not have a moment of regret or resentment on hearing such words. They would only be more joyful, feeling profoundly happy and fortunate that they had attained such a great benefit that they could by their power enable sentient beings to be forever liberated from suffering. Enlightening beings, by these means which they employ, enable all beings in all worlds to eventually reach ultimate release without remainder. 460 The flower ornament scripture. This is called the enlightening beings' practice of indomitability. What is great enlightening beings' practice of non-confusion? Here enlightening beings perfect right mindfulness, their minds free from distraction and disturbance, firm and imperturbable, consummately pure, immeasurably vast, without any delusion or confusion. By virtue of this right mindfulness they well understand all worldly speech and are able to remember the verbal explanations of transmundane laws. That is to say, they can remember the explanations of material and immaterial phenomena, they can remember the explanations of the definition of the intrinsic nature of sensation, perception, conditioning, and consciousness, without any confusion in their minds. In the world they die in one place and are born in another without confusion in their minds. They enter the womb and leave the womb without confusion in their minds. They arouse the will for enlightenment without confusion in their minds. They attend teachers without confusion in their minds. They earnestly practice the Buddha's teachings without confusion in their minds. They notice the doings of demons without confusion in their minds. They divorce demonic activity without confusion in their minds. They cultivate enlightening practice for countless cons without confusion in their minds. The enlightening beings, having developed this immeasurable right mindfulness, spend countless eons listening to truthful teachings from enlightened and enlightening guides, profound teachings relating to emptiness, vast teachings relating to activity in the relative world, teachings relating to adornment by virtuous qualities, teachings of all kinds of arrays of the qualities of the cosmos, all interrelated, teachings expounding various bodies of words, phrases, and sentences, teachings of the embellishments of enlightening beings, teachings of the supremacy of the spiritual power and radiance of the Buddhas, teachings of the purity of correct seeking of certain understanding, teachings of non-attachment to any world, teachings which define all worlds, teachings of extremely broad scope, teachings of removing the blinders of ignorance and understanding all beings, teachings of what is common and what is not, teachings of the excellence of enlightening knowledge, teachings of the independence of omniscience. Having heard these teachings, enlightening beings keep them constantly in mind for an incalculable period of time. Why? When great enlightening beings cultivate practices over countless eons, they never afflict a single sentient being, which would cause loss of right mindfulness, they do not ruin the right teaching, and do not cut off roots of goodness. Their minds are always expanding knowledge. Furthermore, these enlightening beings cannot be confused or disturbed by any kind of sound, loud sounds, coarse and garbled sounds, terrifying sounds, pleasing sounds, displeasing sounds, car-shattering sounds, sense-debilitating sounds. When the enlightenings hear such countless good or bad sounds, even though the sounds fill countless worlds, they are never disturbed or distracted for a moment. That is to say, their right T10 practices 461 mindfulness is undisturbed, their state is undisturbed, their concentration is undisturbed, their entry into emptiness is undisturbed, their practice of enlightening acts is undisturbed, their determination for enlightenment is undisturbed, their recollection of the Buddhas is undisturbed, their contemplation of truth is undisturbed, their knowledge to civilize sentient beings is undisturbed, their knowledge to purify sentient beings is undisturbed, their certain understanding of the meaning of profundity is undisturbed. Because they do no evil, they have no obstruction of evil habits, because they do not produce afflictions, they have no obstruction by afflictions, because they do not slight the teaching, they have no barrier to the teaching, because they do not slander and repudiate the truth, they have no obstruction by retribution. Even if the aforementioned sounds should each fill countless worlds ceaselessly for countless eons, each able to devastate the faculties, bodies, and minds of sentient beings, they still could not damage the minds of these enlightening beings. Enlightening beings enter concentration, abide in the teaching of the sage, and meditate on and investigate all sounds, becoming thoroughly familiar with the characteristics of origin, existence, and disappearance of all sounds, and come to know the nature of the origin, existence, and disappearance of all sounds. Having heard them, they do not give rise to covetousness or aversion, and don't lose mindfulness. They apprehend their characteristics precisely without being influenced by or attached to them. They know all sounds have no existence and are in reality ungraspable, that they have no creator and no origin, that they are equal to nirvana and have no differentiations. Thus do enlightening beings perfect tranquil, peaceful physical, verbal, and mental action, never regressing, till they reach omniscience. They skillfully enter all manner of meditative concentrations and know that all concentrations are of the same one essence. They comprehend that all things have no bounds and attain true knowledge of all things. They attain profound concentration detached from all sounds. They attain countless kinds of concentration. They increasingly develop a boundlessly vast mind of great compassion. At this point enlightening beings attain countless concentrations in a single instant, and, hearing such sounds, are not disturbed. They gradually increase and broaden their concentration. They form this thought, how'll get all beings to abide peacefully in unsurpassed pure mindfulness, so they may attain non-regression on the way to omniscience, and ultimately attain to nirvana without remainder. This is called the enlightening being's fifth practice, leaving confusion behind. What is the great enlightening being's practice of good manifestation? Here the enlightening beings are pure in thought, word, and deed. They abide in non-acquisition, and demonstrate non-acquisitive thought, word, and deed. They know that physical, verbal, and mental actions have number 462 the flow TLEROMAMC11F scripture absolute existence. Because they are free from falsehood, they are free from bondage. What they demonstrate is without inherent nature and depends on nothing. They abide in mental accord with reality. They know the intrinsic nature of infinite minds. They know the inherent nature of all things is ungraspable, formless, exceedingly profound and difficult to penetrate. They abide in the absolute state, true thusness, the essence of things. They appear in life by way of expedience, yet have no retribution torsions. Unborn and undying, they abide in the dispassionate, tranquil nature of the realm of nirvana. They abide in the nature of true reality, absence of inherent reality or own being. They are beyond the power of speech to fully describe, they transcend all worlds and do not depend on anything. They enter into the truth that is free from discrimination, bondage, and attachment. They enter the true principle of supreme knowledge. They enter the transcendental truth which cannot be understood or known by any worldlings. So the characteristics of the enlightening beings expedient NJJ stations of LITE. These enlightening beings formulate this thou GHT, the nature of all sentient beings is natur the naturi of all phenomena is unkrakt, the form of tllbnds of formlessness in all worlds there only exists verbal expression. And verbal expression has no basis in facts. Furthermore, facts have no basis in words. Thus do enlightening beings understand that all things are void, and all worlds are silent. All the Buddha teachings add nothing. The Buddha teachings are no different from the phenomena of the world, and the phenomena of the world are no different from the Buddha teachings. The Buddha teachings and worldly phenomena are neither mixed up nor differentiated. Knowing that the nature of clemens is equal, entering everywhere into the triple world, never giving up the determination for great enlightenment, never retreating from the will to transform sentient beings, ever expanding and increasing the heart of great compassion, they are Carillion CE for all living beings. THN enlightening beings also form this though if I do not develop and mature sentient beings, who will? If I do not pacify and civilize sentient beings, who will? If I do not teach and renew sentient beings, /Viho will? If I do not awaken sentient beings, who will? If I do not purify sentient beings, who will? This is my duty, my task. They also form this thought, if I alone understand this profound teaching, then only will attain liberation in unexcelled and complete perfect enlightenment, while all sentient beings, being blind, will enter perilous paths, bound by afflictions, like people seriously ill constantly suffering pains. In the prison of craving and attachment, they are unable to get out by themselves. They will not leave the realms of hells, hungry ghosts, animals, or the netherworld. They cannot extinguish suffering or abandon evil deeds. Forever in the darkness of ignorance, they do not sec reality. Revolving in birth and death, they have no means of 10 practices 463 emancipation. Living in the 8 difficult situations, encrusted by all sorts of defilements, all manner of afflictions cover their minds. Deluded by false views, they do not travel the right path. Thus observing sentient beings, enlightening beings think, it would not be proper for me to abandon these sentient beings while they are still undeveloped, immature, and unruly, and myself attain unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment. I should first transform these sentient beings, practicing enlightening deeds for unspeakably many cons, first developing the undeveloped, and taming the unruly. When these enlightening beings abide by this practice, if gods, demons, ascetics, priests, or inhabitants of any world's cherubim, titans, etc., should get to see them, or sojourn with them for a while, and honor and respect them, serve them, and give them offerings, or even hear of them, once having crossed their minds these deeds will not be in vain, they shall surely attain perfect enlightenment. This is called the Great Enlightening Being's 6th practice, the practice of good manifestation. What is the Great Enlightening Being's practice of non-attachment? These Great Enlightening Beings, with minds free from attachment, can in every successive instant enter into countless worlds and adorn and purify these countless worlds, their minds free from attachment to anything in these worlds. They visit countless Buddhas, pay their respects, wait on them, and present them with offerings of countless T10WCRS, perfumes, garlands, fragrant ointments, powdered incenses, clothes, jewels, banners, parasols, and various other adornments, all without number. These offerings are for the sake of the ultimate unkrakt truth, for the sake of abiding in the inconceivable truth. In every instant they sec countless Buddhas, their minds are free from attachment to the L3 UDDHAS places, and they have no attachment to the Buddha lands either. They also have no attachment to the distinguishing marks of the Buddhas, and while they sec the Buddha's auras of light and hear the Buddha's sermons, yet they have no attachment. They also have no attachment to the congregations of the Buddhas and enlightening beings of the worlds of the 10 directions. Having heard Buddha's teachings, their minds are joyful, and the power of their will is greatly increased, so that they are able to encompass and carry out the practices of enlightening beings, yet they have no attachments. These enlightening beings, through unspeakably many cons, sec untold Buddhas appear in the world, they attend and supply CJCH Buddha for untold cons, never wearying of this. Seeing the Buddhas, hearing their teachings, and seeing the magnificent arrays of the assemblies of enlightening beings, they are unattached to any of them. And when they see impure worlds, they have no aversion. Why? Because these enlightening beings observe according to the L3UDDHA teachings. In the teaching of the Buddhas, there is neither defilement nor purity. 464 The flower ornament scripture, neither darkness nor light, neither difference nor unity, neither truth nor falsehood, neither security nor danger, no right path and no wrong path. Thus do enlightening beings enter deeply into the realm of reality, teaching and transforming sentient beings without forming attachments to sentient beings. They accept and hold the teaching, yet they do not form attachments to the teaching. They arouse the will for enlightenment and abide in the abode of the Buddhas, yet they do not form attachments to the abode of Buddhas. Though they speak, their minds have no attachment to speech. They enter the various realms of life with minds unattached to those realms. They comprehend concentration, can enter and can dwell in concentration, but they have no attachment to concentration. Going to visit countless Buddha lands, they may enter, or sojourn therein, but their minds have no attachment to Buddha lands, and when they leave they do not miss them. Because great enlightening beings are able to be without attachment in this way, their minds have no barriers to the Buddha teaching. They comprehend the enlightenment of Buddhas, they realize the discipline of the teaching, they abide by the right teaching of the Buddhas and cultivate the practices of enlightening beings, they contemplate the enlightening beings' methods of liberation. Their minds are free from attachment to the dwelling places of enlightening beings, and they also have no attachments to the practices of enlightening beings. They clear the way of enlightening beings and receive the prediction of enlightenment which is given to enlightening beings. Having received the prediction, they reflect, sentient beings are foolish and ignorant, without knowledge or vision, without faith or understanding, lacking in intelligent action, greedy and dishonest, covetous and grasping, revolving in the flow of birth and death. They do not seek to sec the Buddha, they do not follow enlightened guides, they do not trust the Buddha, they are lost in error, mistakenly entering dangerous paths, they do not respect the sovereign of the 10 powers, they do not realize the benevolence of the enlightening beings. They are attached to their dwelling places, and when they hear that all things are empty, their minds are startled and frightened, and they shy away from the true teaching and abide in false teachings. They abandon the level, even path, and enter perilous, difficult paths. They reject the ideas of the Buddha and pursue the ideas of demons. They are firmly and relentlessly attached to existence. Thus observing sentient beings, enlightening beings increase in great composition and develop roots of goodness, and yet they are unattached. At this point enlightening beings also think, I should, for the sake of a single sentient being, in each land in the worlds in the 10 directions, spend countless eons teaching and developing, and should do the same for all sentient beings, without on this account wearying or giving up. Furthermore, measuring the entire universe with a hair tip, at a single point they pass unspeakably many unspeakable numbers of eons. 10 practices 465 teaching, edifying, and civilizing all beings, and also do likewise at each and every point in the universe. Never for a moment do they cling to self or entertain any conception of self or possession. At each point they cultivate enlightening practice throughout the eons of the future, not attached to the body, not attached to phenomena, not attached to recollection, not attached to vows, not attached to concentration, not attached to contemplation, not attached to tranquil stabilization, not attached to spheres or objects, not attached to teaching and training sentient beings, and not attached to entering the realm of reality. Why? The enlightening beings form this thought, I should look upon all objective realms as like phantoms, all Buddhas as like reflections, enlightening practices as like dreams, Buddha's sermons as like echoes, all worlds are like illusions, because they are upheld by the consequences of actions. Differentiated bodies are like apparitions, because they are produced by the power of deeds. All sentient beings are like mind, because they are defiled by various influences, all things are like the limit of reality, because they cannot change. They also form this thought, I should carry on enlightening practices in all lands, in all worlds throughout space, moment after moment clearly realizing all truths taught by the Buddha, with precise presence of mind, free from attachments. Thus do enlightening beings observe that the body has no self, and they see the Buddha without hindrance. In order to transform sentient beings, they expound various teachings, to cause them to have unlimited joy and pure faith in the Buddha's teaching. They rescue all without weariness of mind. Because they are unwearied, if there are any sentient beings in any world who are not mature or unruly in any way, they go there and employ expedient methods to transform and liberate them. By virtue of great commitment and will they remain secure among those beings various kinds of speech, deeds, attachments, devices, associations, routines, activities, perspectives, births, and deaths, and teach them, not letting their minds be disturbed or discouraged, and never for a moment forming any thought of attachment. Why? Because they have attained non-attachment and independence. Their own benefit and the benefit of others is fulfilled with purity. This is called the Great Enlightening Being's seventh practice, of non-attachment. What is the Great Enlightening Being's practice of that which is difficult to attain? Here the enlightening being's perfect roots of goodness which are difficult to attain, invincible roots of goodness, supreme roots of goodness, indestructible roots of goodness, unsurpassable roots of goodness, inconceivable roots of goodness, inexhaustible roots of goodness, independently powered roots of goodness, greatly influential roots of goodness which are of the same essence as all Buddhas. When these enlightening beings carry out their practice, they attain 466 the flower omament scripture supreme understanding of the Buddha teaching, they attain broad understanding of the Buddha's enlightenment. They never give up the vows of enlightening beings, and for all ages their minds never weary. They do not shrink from suffering, and they cannot be moved by any demons. Under the care of all Buddhas, they fully carry out all the difficult undertakings of enlightening beings. In cultivating enlightening practices, they are diligent and energetic, never lazy. They never retreat from the vow of universal salvation. Once the enlightening beings abide in these difficult to accomplish practices, they are able to transmute immeasurable ages of birth and death in every instant, without giving up the great vow of enlightening beings. If any sentient beings serve and support them, or even see or hear of them, they all will attain non-regression on the way to unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment. Though the enlightening beings understand that sentient beings are not existent, yet they do not abandon the realms of sentient beings. They are like ship captains, not staying on this shore, not staying on the other shore, not staying midway, yet able to ferry sentient beings from this shore over to the other shore, because they are always traveling back and forth. In the same way enlightening beings do not stay in birth and death, do not stay in nirvana, and also do not stay in midstream of birth and death, while they are able to deliver sentient beings from this shore to the other shore, where it is safe and secure, without sorrow or trouble. And they have no attachment to the number bears of sentient beings. They do not abandon one being for attachment to many beings, and do not abandon many beings for attachment to one being. They neither increase nor decrease the realms of sentient beings, they neither exhaust nor perpetuate the realms of sentient beings, they neither discriminate nor bifurcate the realms of sentient beings. Why? Enlightening beings enter deeply into the realms of sentient beings as the realm of truth. The realms of sentient beings and the realm of truth are non-dual. Non-dual, there is no increase or decrease, no origination or destruction, no existence or non-existence, no grasping and no reliance, no attachment and no duality. Why? Because enlightening beings realize that all things and the realm of truth are non-dual. Thus do enlightening beings, by means of appropriate techniques, enter into the profound realm of truth and abide in formlessness while adorning their bodies with pure forms. They understand that things have no intrinsic nature, yet they are able to distinguish the characteristics of all things. They do not grasp sentient beings, yet they are able to know the numbers of sentient beings. They are not attached to worlds, yet they appear physically in Buddha lands. They do not discriminate principles, yet they enter skillfully into the Buddha teachings. They profoundly understand their meanings and principles and extensible why expound the verbal teachings. They comprehend the dispassionate real ity of all things, yet do not cease the path of enlightening. They do not 10 practices 467 withdraw from enlightening, they always diligently cultivate inexhaustible practice. They freely enter the pure realm of reality. It may be likened to drilling wood to produce fire. Fires may be unlimited but the fire doesn't go out. In the same way do enlightening beings liberate people without end, yet they remain in the world forever without becoming extinct. They neither do nor do not reach an ultimate end, neither do nor do not grasp, neither do nor do not rely, are neither worldlings or Buddhists, neither ordinary people nor realized people. When enlightening beings accomplish this difficult to attain state of mind, and cultivate enlightening practice, they do not preach the doctrines of the two vehicles, they do not preach Buddhism, they do not talk about the world, they do not expound worldly doctrines, they don't explain sentient beings, they don't say there are no sentient beings, they don't talk about purity or defilement. Why? Because enlightening beings know all things have no defilement and no grasping, do not proceed and do not recede. When enlightening beings practice this dispassionate, subtle, extremely deep and all-surpassing teaching, they do not think I am cultivating this practice, have cultivated this practice, will cultivate this practice. They are not attached to physical or mental clements, or to sense faculties, sense consciousness, or sense data, or to inner or outer worlds. The great vows they undertake, their transcendent ways, and all their methods are without attachments. Why? Because in the realm of truth there are no aims corresponding to reality, in the vehicle of listeners and the vehicle of the self-awakened there are no real aims, in the vehicle of enlightening beings there are no real aims, in perfect enlightenment there are no real names, in the world of ordinary people there are no real names, nor in purity or impurity, in birth and death or nirvana. Why? Because all things are non-dual, yet none are not dual. They are like space, which anywhere in the universe, whether past, present, or future, cannot be apprehended, yet it is not that there is no space. Thus do enlightening beings observe all things to be ungraspable, yet not non-existent. They see things as they are, without neglecting their tasks, everywhere demonstrating the practices of enlightening activities. They do not give up their great vows, civilizing sentient beings, to earning the will of true teaching. They do not violate cause and effect and do not deny it, and do not deviate from the impartial truth. Equal to the Buddhas of all times, they do not cut off the lineage of Buddhahood, they do not violate the character of reality. Entering deeply into the reaching, their expository ability is endless. They hear the teaching without attachment, reaching the profound depths of the teaching, they are able to expound it skillfully, hearts without fear. They do not give up the abode of Buddhas, but they do not violate natural laws, they appear throughout the world, yet are not attached to the world. 468 The flower omament scripture. Thus do enlightening beings achieve the mind of wisdom which is difficult to attain. Cultivating various practices, they free sentient beings from the three woeful states of hell, ghosthood and animality, teaching and enlightening, taming and civilizing, placing them on the way of the Buddhas of all times, making them unshakable. Furthermore, they form this thought: beings in the world are ungrateful and even hostile to one another, with false views and clinging attachments, illusions and delusions, they are ignorant and unwise, having no faith, they follow bad associates, and develop various kinds of perverse cleverness. They are full of various afflictions, like craving and ignorance. This is where I am to cultivate the practice of enlightening beings. If people who are grateful, intelligent, wise, and knowing filled the world, I would not cultivate the practices of enlightening beings therein. Why? I have no attraction or opposition to sentient beings, I seek nothing from them, I do not seek even so much as a single word of praise. Cultivating enlightening practices forever and ever, they never have a single thought of doing it for themselves, they only want to liberate all sentient beings, to purify them so that they attain eternal emancipation. Why? Because those who would be enlightened guides must be thus not grasping, not seeking, just practicing the enlightening way for the sake of beings, to enable them to reach the peaceful, secure other shore and attain complete perfect enlightenment. This is called the great enlightening being's eighth practice, that which is difficult to attain. What is the great enlightening being's practice of good teachings? Here the enlightening beings act as pure, cool reservoirs of truth for the sake of beings of all worlds, celestial and human beings, devils and gods, ascetics and priests, etc. Maintaining true teaching, they do not let the seed of Buddhahood be cut off. Because they attain the spell of pure light, in teaching and predicting enlightenment their intellectual powers are inexhaustible. Because they attain the spell of complete meaning their comprehension of meanings is inexhaustible. Because they attain the spell of realization of true principles, their comprehension of principles is inexhaustible. Because they attain the spell of explanatory expression, their comprehension of words is inexhaustible. Because they attain the spell of non-obstruction of inexhaustible meanings of boundless words and phrases, their unimpeded comprehension is inexhaustible. Because they attain the spell of non-obstruction of inexhaustible meanings of boundless words and phrases, their unimpeded comprehension is inexhaustible. Because they are anointed by the spell of the Buddha's coronation, their delightful eloquence is inexhaustible. Because they attain the spell of enlightenment without relying on another, their illuminating discourse is inexhaustible. Because they attain the spell of adaptive explanation, their adaptive discourse is inexhaustible. Because they attain the spell of elucidation and analysis of all kinds of bodies of words, phrases, and sentences, their explanatory eloquence is 10 practices 469 inexhaustible. Because they attain the spell of boundless versatility, their boundless elucidation is inexhaustible. The great compassion of these enlightening beings is strong and steadfast, extending to all creatures. Throughout the universe they change their bodies to a golden color and carry out the deeds of Buddhas time and time again, adapting to the faculties, natures, and inclinations of sentient beings. With a universal tongue within one voice they manifest unlimited sounds, teaching as appropriate to the occasion, bringing joy to all. Even if there were countless beings in innumerable conditions, all in the same assembly, that assembly so vast it fills untold worlds, and each had innumerable mouths each capable of producing billions of sounds, and each should ask the enlightening beings different questions all at once, the enlightening beings would be able to take on all the questions instantly and reply to them and cause their doubts to be removed. As this is true of one assembly, so it is also of countless assemblies. Furthermore, even if every single spot as big as a hair tip should in every successive moment produce unspeakably many unspeakable number pairs of congregations, throughout the cons of the future those cons may be exhausted, but the congregations are infinite and all of them should every moment ask different questions in different words, enlightening beings could receive them all in a single instant, without fear or timidity, without doubt or error, thinking, even if all sentient beings come and question me, I will expound the truth to them ceaselessly, endlessly, causing them all to rejoice and dwell in the path of virtue, and also cause them to understand all words and expressions and be able to explain various principles to sentient beings, yet without discrimination in regard to language. Even if they come and ask difficult questions in countless various ways of speaking, I will receive them all at once and answer them all in one voice, causing them all to understand, without omitting anything. This is because they have been anointed with omniscience, because they have found the unobstructed treasury of the potential of enlightenment, because they have attained the sphere of light of all truths, and because they are replete with universal knowledge. Once the enlightening beings abide in the practice of good teachings, they can purify themselves, and also can benefit all sentient beings by appropriate means without attachments, not seeing that there are any sentient beings that attain emancipation. As they do in this universe, so in countless universes do they turn golden, and, fully equipped with the wondrous voice, with no barrier to any truth, perform Bhutta work. These enlightening beings develop 10 kinds of body, the transcendent body which enters into boundless realms, due to annihilating all worldliness, the immanent body which enters into boundless realms, due to birth in all worlds, the unborn body, due to abiding in the 470 the flower ornament scripture impartiality of birthlessness, the undying body, due to all expression of extinction being ungraspable, the non-riddle body, due to attainment of accord with reality, the non-false body, due to adaptive appearance, the unchanging body, being removed from death in one place and rebirth in another, the non-disintegrating body, the naturi of the realm of reality being indestructible, the uniform body, being beyond all manner of speaking, past, present, or future, the formless body, due to ability to observe the characteristics of things. Developing these 10 bodies, enlightening beings are a house for all sentient beings, because they raise all roots of goodness. They are saviors for all sentient beings, because they enable them to attain great peace. They are a refuge for all sentient beings, because they act as a great reliance for them. They are guides for all sentient beings, because they enable them to attain unsurpassed emancipation. They are teachers of all sentient beings, because they cause them to enter into the truth. They are lamps for all sentient beings, because they cause them to see clearly the consequences of action. They are lights for all sentient beings, because they cause the extremely profound wondrous truth to be illuminated. They are a torch for all in all times, because they cause them to clearly understand the truth. They are illumination for all worlds, because they cause them to enter the state of radiant light. They are clarifiers for all realms of being, because they reveal the powers of the Nligh tend. This is called the Great Enlightening Being's 9th practice, of good teachings. When enlightening beings abide in this practice, they are a pure cool reservoir of truth for all sentient beings, because they can plumb the source of all the Buddha teachings. What is the Great Enlightening Being's practice of truth? Here the enlightening beings perfect true speech. They can act in accord with what they say, and can speak according to what they do. These enlightening beings study the true words of the Buddhas of all times. They enter the nature of the lineage of the Buddhas of all times. They equal the roots of goodness of the Buddhas of all times. They apprehend the non-dual speech of the Buddhas of all times. Learning from the enlightened ones, their knowledge and wisdom is consummate. These enlightening beings develop the knowledge of what is so and what is not so in regard to sentient beings, the knowledge of consequences of past, future, and present actions, the knowledge of sharpness and dullness of all faculties, the knowledge of various realms, the knowledge of various understandings, the knowledge of where all paths lead, the knowledge of DCT11CMCNT or purity and proper or improper timing of all meditations, liberations, and concentrations, the knowledge of past abodes in all worlds, the knowledge of clairvoyance, and the knowledge of the end of all taints. Yet they don't give up carrying out all the practices of enlightening beings. Why? Because they want to teach and enlighten all living beings and purify them. 10 Practices 471 The enlightening beings also conceive this overwhelming determination, if I attain complete perfect enlightenment first without having established all sentient beings on the path of unsurpassed liberation, I would be violating my original vow. That would never do, so I should first cause all sentient beings to attain unexcelled enlightenment and nirvana without remainder, and then after that fulfill Buddhahood. Why? Sentient beings have not asked me to set my mind on enlightenment. Of my own accord act as an unsolicited friend to sentient beings, wishing to first cause all beings to fully develop their good potential and attain omniscience. This is why I am supreme, because I am not attached to any world. I am highest, because I dwell in the state of unsurpassed self-control. I am free from all blindness, because I understand that sentient beings are boundless. I am done, because my original vow is accomplished. I am versatile, because of the adornment of virtues of enlightening beings. I am reliable, because of the acceptance of the Buddhas of all times. Because the enlightening beings do not give up their fundamental vow, they gain entry to the adornment of unexcelled knowledge and wisdom. They bend, living beings, causing them all to be fulfilled, they attain final consummation of their original vow. Their knowledge has free access to all truths. They cause all sentient beings to attain to purity. Instant to instant they travel throughout the worlds of the 10 directions, instant to instant visiting countless Buddha lands, instant to instant seeing countless Buddhas and the pure lands the Buddhas adorned. They show the independent spiritual power of the enlightened pervading the space of the cosmos. These enlightening beings manifest innumerable bodies, entering all worlds without relying on anything. In their bodies they manifest all lands, all beings, all phenomena, and all Buddhas. These enlightening beings know the various thoughts, desires, understandings, results of actions, and roots of goodness of all living beings, and appear to them in accordance with their needs, in order to civilize and tame them. They look upon the enlightening beings as like phantoms, all things as like magic tricks, the appearance of Buddhas and the world as like reflections, all worlds as like dreams. They attain the inexhaustible treasury of bodies of meanings and expressions. They are in command of right mindfulness, and they have certain knowledge of all truths. Their wisdom is supreme and they enter into the true character of all concentrations, and abide in the state of non-duality of one essence. Because sentient beings all cling to duality, great enlightening beings abide in great compassion, cultivating this teaching to annihilate afflictions, they attain the 10 powers of Buddhahood and enter the reality realm which is like the net of Indra. Accomplishing the unhindered liberation of the enlightened, they are valiants among humans, roaring the lion's roar, they attain fearlessness, and are able to turn the will of the unimpeded pure teaching. Attaining liberation of intellect, they know 472 the flower omament script TLLRE thoroughly all objects in the world. Stopping the whirlpool of birth and death, they enter the ocean of wisdom. Preserving the right teachings of the Buddhas of past, present, and future for the sake of all sentient beings, they reach the fountainhead of the real character of the ocean of all Buddha teachings. Once enlightening beings dwell in this practice of truth, any beings who associate with them are caused to open up in understanding, be full of joy and completely pure. This is called the great enlightening being's 10th practice, of truth. Then, because of the spiritual power of the Buddha, in each of the 10 directions as many worlds as atoms in a Buddha land quaked in 6 ways, moving everywhere, moving equally everywhere, rising everywhere, rising equally everywhere, surging everywhere, surging equally everywhere, shaking everywhere, shaking equally everywhere, roaring everywhere, roaring equally everywhere, crashing everywhere, crashing equally everywhere. It rained beautiful celestial flowers, celestial perfumes and incense, celestial garlands and raiment, celestial jewels and ornaments. Heavenly music played and celestial lights shone, conveying the subtle voices of all celestial beings. The miracles that appeared when the 10 practices were expounded in the Suyama heaven of this world also appeared likewise in all the worlds of the 10 directions. Also, due to the spiritual power of the Buddha, from each of the 10 directions as many enlightening beings as atoms in 100,000 Buddha lands came to this world from beyond worlds as numerous as atoms in 100,000 Buddha lands, filling the 10 directions. They said to the enlightening being forest of virtue, excellent, zero child of Buddha, you can skillfully expound the practices of enlightening beings. We are all similarly named forest of virtues and the worlds we live in are all called Banner of virtue, and the Buddhas of those lands are all named universal virtue. At our Buddha's places this teaching is also expounded the assembly, words and principles are all the same, nothing more and nothing less. Child of Buddha, we have all come to this assembly through the power of the Buddhas to be witnesses for you. This is also true of all the worlds and the 10 directions. Then the enlightening being forest of virtues, by the spiritual power of the Buddha, looked over all the congregations in the 10 directions, throughout the cosmos. Because he wanted to cause the lineage of Buddhas to continue, to cause the family of enlightening beings to be pure, to cause those who undertake vows not to regress, to cause practitioners to persevere, to cause all peoples in all times to be equal, to contact all the strains of Buddhas of all times, to expound roots of goodness that have been cultivated, to observe and analyze all faculties, inclinations, understandings, afflictions, habits, and mental activities, and to clarify the enlightenment of all Buddhas, said in verse, Tets practices 473 wholehearted honor to the lords of 10 powers, undefiled, total ly pure, the unobstructed seers, their realm is profound and far-reaching, beyond compare, they abide in the space-like path. The supreme among humans in the past, with immeasurable virtue, free from attachments, foremost in valor, without any peer, those beyond the dusts travel this path. Now in the lands of the 10 directions the ultimate truth is ably explained, free from all faults, utterly pure, the independent travel this path. The future lions among humans travel everywhere throughout the cosmos, having evoked the Buddha's mind of compassion, the benefactors travel this path. The incomparable honored ones of all times naturally destroy the darkness of ignorance, equanimous toward all things, those of great power travel this path. They see countless, boundless worlds everywhere, all their beings and conditions, yet having seen do not discriminate falsely, the imperturbable travel this path. Understanding everything in the cosmos, most clear about the ultimate truth, they forever destroy anger, pride, and fall ly, the virtuous travel this path. Accurately distinguishing sentient beings, they enter into the true nature of all phenomena, spontaneously understanding without relying on others, the Spoklik travel this path. To all lands throughout space they go and teach, through many examples, what they teach pure and irrefutable, the supreme sages travel this path. 474 The flower ornament scripture thoroughly stable, unregressing, they accomplish the noble, supreme teaching, will power inexhaustible, they reach the other shore, good practitioners travel this path. All stages, infinitely boundless, their vast, most deep and subtle realms, all they know and sec, without exception, the lions of philosophy travel this path. Understanding the meanings of all expressions, crushing all disputes, they are certain of the truth, without a doubt, the great sages travel this path. Getting rid of the errors and ills of the world, giving peace and happiness to all beings, they can be peerless great guides, those of excellent virtue travel this path. They always give impartially to beings, causing them all to rejoice, their minds pure, free from all taint, the peerless ones travel this path. Their mental actions are pure and well-tuned, devoicing sophistry, they speak without fault. Their magnificent auras admired by all, the supreme travel this path. Entering truth, reaching the other shore, abiding in virtue, minds forever at rest, the Buddhas always protect them, those who extinguish being travel this path. Detached from self, free from affliction, always proclaiming the truth aloud, they reach all lands in the 10 directions, the incomparably travel this path. Having fulfilled transcendent generosity. Adorned byah 100 marks of blessing, all who see them are joyful, the supremely wise travel this path. 10 practices 475 The state of knowledge, hard to enter, they can abide in by subtle wisdom, their minds ultimately imperturbable, those firm in practice travel this path. Able to enter all realms of being in the cosmos and find the ultimate wherever they enter, their spiritual powers free and all-embracing, those illumined by truth travel this path. The incomparably great sages cultivate the non-duality of concentration, their minds always in equipoise, enjoying tranquility, the all-seers travel this path. The interpenetration and distinction of minute and great lands they know all in their proper spheres, the mountain kings of knowledge travel this path. Their intellects are always clear and clean, without attachments in the world, keeping the precepts, they reach the other shore, the pure-minded travel this path. Knowledge and wisdom boundless, inexpressible, pervading the space of the cosmos, they ably learn to abide therein. Those of indestructible wisdom travel this path. Their knowledge enters and pervades the realms of all Buddhas of all times, and ever for a moment growing tired or wearied, the Supreme travel this path. Well able to discern the elements of the 10 powers, they know where all paths lead, their actions are unhindered and they are free. Those embodying virtue travel this path. All the sentient beings there are in the infinite worlds and the 10 directions they will rescue without forsaking, the fearless travel this path. 476 The flower ornaments scripture earnestly practicing the Buddha teachings, their minds ever vigorous and indefatigable, they purify all the worlds, the great dragon kings travel this path. Knowing the dissimilarities in beings' faculties and the countless differences in inclination and understanding, they clearly comprehend all kinds of realms. Those who go everywhere travel this path. To infinite ends in the worlds of the 10 directions they go and are born, countless times, with never a thought of weariness or disdain. The joyful ones travel this path. Adiating nets of countless lights illuminating all worlds, they enter the nature of reality wherever the light shines. The good-minded travel this path. Causing the lands of the 10 directions to tremble countless billions of trillions, they do not cause the beings to fear. This is the path traveled by benefactors of the world. Understanding all principles of language, they are consummately skilled in dialogue, their brilliant discursive intellect knowing all. This is the path traveled by the fearless. They understand the various lands with various orientations, discerning, thinking, finding the ultimate, causing all to abide in the state of inexhaustibility. This is the path traveled by those of superior intellect. Their virtues are infinitely numerous, they cultivate them all in search of the Buddha way, and reach the other shore of them all. This is the path traveled by the inexhaustible workers. The world-transcending philosophers with supreme eloquence roar the lion's roar, causing all living beings to reach the other shore. This is the path traveled by the pure-minded. 10 Practices 477 They have already been crowned with the supreme teaching of the Buddhas, their minds always dwell in the truth. The broad-minded travel this path. Sentient beings have innumerable differences, they comprehend their minds thoroughly, maintaining with certainty the treasury of Buddha teachings. Those like polar mountains travel this path. They are able to reveal countless sounds in each and every word, enabling beings to understand in accord with their kind. The unhindered seers travel this path. Their knowledge has impartial access to all rules of language, while they dwell in the realm of real truth. This is the path traveled by those who see the essence. Abiding at peace in the deep ocean of truth, able to verify all actualities, they understand the true aspect of signlessness of things. This is the path traveled by those who see the truth. They travel to every Buddha land over countless, boundless eons, observing and meditating ceaselessly. This is thepath traveled by the indefatigable. Infinite, countless Buddhas, their names each different, they clearly see in the space of a point. This is the path traveled by those of pure virtue. They see Buddhas in the space of a point, their number beyond measure or speech. The same true for every phenomenon. The children of Buddhas travel this path. Measureless, boundless, countless eons they clearly see in an instant, and know their length has no fixed characteristics. This is the path traveled by the liberated. 478 The flower or name 11 T Scripture Teal Blacknatnan Kaas Fefanaliltawshwo Istekt Hiem Butted by Entkfayaktang Yct They have no attachment to their deeds. This is the path traveled by the most excellent. Meeting Buddhas for billions of eons with never a thought of weariness, the joy in their hearts increases more and more. This is the path traveled by those who don't sec in vain. Observing the realms of all beings over countless, boundless eons, they've never seen that a single being exists. This is the path of the steadfast heroes. Cultivating boundless stores of virtue and knowledge, they are pure, cool universal reservoirs of virtue benefitting all beings. The foremost of humans travel this path. The various species in the universe, filling space, uncountable, they know all exist in terms of words. This is the path traveled by lion roarers. Ably in each individual concentration to enter countless concentrations, they arrive at the recondite depths of the teaching. The expounders of the moon travel this path. With the power of acceptance they practice earnestly and reach the other shore, able to accept the supreme teaching of dispassionate extinction, their minds equanimous and imperturbable. This is the path traveled by those of boundless knowledge. At one scat in one world their bodies are unmoving, ever tranquil, yet they manifest their bodies in everything. Those of boundless bodies travel this path. Countless, boundless lands they cause to enter at once into one atom, which is able to contain all unhindered. Those of boundless thought travel this path. Table practices 479 comprehending what is so and what is not, they are able to enter the realm of all the 10 powers and accomplish the supreme powers of the enlightened. This is the path traveled by the foremost in power. Countless, boundless consequences of acts in past, future, and present ages, they always comprehend by knowledge. This is the path traveled by those of consummate understanding. Understanding right and wrong timing in the world, they civilize beings according to necessity, in every case adapting to their needs. This is the path traveled by those who comprehend. Guarding well their action, speech, and thought, always making them apply the teaching in practice, they divorce all attachments and conquer all demons. This is the path traveled by the wise. Able to skillfully adapt the teachings, and able to enter the impartiality of true thusness, their eloquent exposition is inexhaustible. This is the path of Buddha practice. Having fulfilled the method of mental command, able to rest in the treasury of non-obstruction, they comprehend all realms of reality. This is the path of those who delve deeply. Equal in mind, same in knowledge as all Buddhas of all times, they are of one nature and one character. This is the path of the unimpeded. Having removed all veils of ignorance and entered deeply into the ocean of knowledge, they bestow pure eyes on all sentient beings. This is the path of those with eyes. Having fulfilled the impartial, non-dual practice of spiritual powers of all the guides, they attain the independent power of the enlightened. This is the path of the well-cultivated. 480 The flower ornament scripture they travel through all worlds showering everywhere the boundless rain of wondrous teaching, causing all to gain certain understanding of the meaning. This is the path of the clouds of teaching. Able to produce non-regressing pure faith in the Buddha's knowledge and liberation, they produce the roots of knowledge and wisdom by faith. This is the path traveled by those who learn well. Able to know in a single instant all living beings, without exception, they comprehend the intrinsic nature of beings' minds. This is the path of those who realize naturelessness. To all lands in the cosmos, countless, they can travel by projection, their bodies most subtle, beyond comparison. This is the path of peerless action. Buddha lands are boundless and countless, there are infinite Buddhas therein. Enlightening beings appear before them all, attending, providing, engendering respect. Enlightening beings can, with a single body, enter concentration, become poised in stillness, and cause that body to appear as countless bodies each rising from concentration. The abode of enlightening beings is most profound and subtle, their practices and deeds are free from nonsense, their minds are pure, always happy, able to cause all beings joy. The differences in faculties and expedients are clearly apparent to their knowledge, yet they realize all faculties have no basis. This is the path of the tamers of the intractable. Able to expediently distinguish with skill, they are versatile masters of all teachings. The worlds of the 10 directions are each different, they live therein and perform Buddha work. 10 practices 481 Their faculties are subtle, so are their deeds. They are able to expound the truth broadly to beings, who would not rejoice on hearing them. This is the path traveled by those equal to space. Their eye of knowledge is pure, without peer, they see all things clearly, this knowledge expediently distinguishing them. This is the path traveled by the peerless. All inexhaustible great virtues they have cultivated to consummation, to cause all beings to be pure. This is the path traveled by the incomparable. Urging all to cultivate the aids to the path, causing all to dwell on the ground of method. they liberate beings without number without ever forming a concept of beings. They observe all opportunities and affinities, first protecting others' minds, making them non-contentious, showing all sentient beings the place of peace. This is the path traveled by the skillful L. Perfecting highest, ultimate K knowledge, replete with measureless, boundless knowledge, they are fearless among all groups of people. This is the path of the knowers of means. All worlds and all phenomena they can enter into with freedom, they also enter all congregations and liberate countless beings. In all lands in the 10 directions they beat the great drum of truth and awaken the living. As givers of teaching they are unsurpassed. This is the path traveled by the unperishing. With one body sitting cross-loped upright they fill countless worlds in the 10 directions YCT cause their bodies not to be crowded. This is the path of those with the body of reality. 482 The flower OMAME11T scripture in one doctrine, one statement, they can explain boundless principles, and no limit to them can be found. This is the path traveled by those of boundless knowledge. They learn the Buddha's liberations well, attain Buddha knowledge without obstruction, develop fearlessness, and become valiants of the world. This is the path traveled by the skillful L. Dev, K now the oceans of worlds in the 10 directions and also know the oceans of all Buddha lands, and comprehend the oceans of knowledge and truth. All who see them are filled with joy. Sometimes they show entering the womb, sometimes birth, sometimes the attainment of enlightenment, thus they cause all worldlings to sec. This is the path traveled by the unbounded. In countless billions of lands they manifest themselves entering nirvana, but real why they don't give up their vows for extinctio. This is the path of the heroic philosophers. The indestructible, esoteric unique subtle body is equal to the Buddhas, no different, but all sentient beings each see it differently. This is the path of the one true body. The real cosmos is all equal, without distinction, containing infinite, boundless meanings. They enjoy contemplating oneness, minds unmoving. This is the path of knowers of all times. In terms of sentient beings and enlightening teaching their constructions and empowerments are consummate, their supporting power is the same as the Buddhas, the supreme upholders of teaching travel this path. Their power of psychic travel is unimpeded, like Buddhas, their clairvoyance is unhindered and utterly pure, their auditory faculties, unobstructed, can hear well. This is the path of those with unhindered minds. 10 practices 483 All their spiritual powers are fully complete, all developed according to their knowledge, they know all, without peer. This is the path traveled by the wise. Their minds are rightly concentrated, unwavering, their knowledge is boundlessly vast, they comprehend all realms. This is the path traveled by the all-seers. Having already arrived at the shore of all virtue they can deliver beings one after another, their minds ultimately never wearying. This is the path traveled by the constantly diligent. They know and see the teachings of the Buddhas of all times, and are born in the family of the enlightened. The Buddha children travel this path. They have fully developed adaptive speech and skillfully refute all opposition, and always can proceed toward enlightenment. This is the path of those with boundless wisdom. One light illumines boundlessly, filling all lands in the 10 directions, causing all worlds to gain great brightness. This is the path of the darkness destroyers. According to what should be seen and supported they manifest the pure body of the enlightened, catching and edifying billions of beings and adorning Buddha lands the same way. In order to enable sentient beings to transcend the world they cultivate all the sublime practices. This activity is boundlessly great. How could anyone be able to know? Even if the body were reproduced to an unspeakable number, equal to the space of the cosmos, and all should together laud their virtues, they could not finish them in a billion cons. Enlightening beings' virtues have no bounds, they have fulfilled all cultivation. 484 The flower ornament scripture even countless, boundless Buddhas could not tell of them all in measureless cons. How much less could mundane gods and humans, listeners, and self-illumined ones, be able in unlimited eons to sing their praises exhaustively. BOOK 2210 Inexhaustible trees you rise THEN lighten INGBEING forest of virtues also said to the enlightening beings, children of Buddhas, great enlightening beings have 10 kinds of treasury, which have been, will be, and are explained by the Buddhas of past, future, and present. What are the 10? They are the treasury of faith, the treasury of ethics, the treasury of shame, the treasury of conscience, the treasury of learning, the treasury of giving, the treasury of wisdom, the treasury of recollection, the treasury of preservation, and the treasury of elocution. WHET is the great enlightening being's treasury of faith. The enlightening beings believe all things are empty, they believe all things are signless, they believe all things are wishless, they believe all things are non-creative, they believe all things are without discrimination, they believe all things have no basis, they believe all things cannot be measured, they believe all things have nothing beyond, they believe all things are hard to transcend, they believe all things are uncreated. If enlightening beings are able in this way to engender pure faith in accord with all things, when they hear all Buddha teachings are inconceivable, their minds are not intimidated, when they hear all Buddhas are inconceivable, their minds are not intimidated, when they hear the realms of sentient beings are inconceivable, their minds are not intimidated, when they hear the realm of reality is inconceivable, their minds are not intimidated, when they hear the realm of space is inconceivable, their minds are not intimidated, when they hear the realm of nirvana is inconceivable, they are not intimidated, when they hear the past, present, and future times are inconceivable, their minds are not intimidated, when they hear entry into all khans is inconceivable, their minds are not intimidated. WHY. The enlightening beings have wholehearted, firm faith in the Buddhas, they know the knowledge and wisdom of the Buddhas are boundless and inexhaustible. In each of the countless worlds in the 10 directions are innumerable Buddhas who have attained, will attain, or 485-486 the plower or name 11 scripture now are attaining unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment, who have appeared, now are appearing, or will appear in the world, who have entered, are now entering, or will enter nirvana. The knowledge and wisdom of those Buddhas neither increase nor decrease, are unborn and imperishable, neither advance nor regress, are not near or far, have neither concern nor indifference. The enlightening beings enter into the Buddha's knowledge and wisdom and develop boundless, inexhaustible faith. Once they have attained this faith, their minds do not regress, their minds do not become confused, they cannot be broken down, they have no attachments. They always have a fundamental basis, they follow the sages, they dwell in the house of the enlightened, they maintain the lineage of all Buddhas, they increase the faith and resolution of all enlightening beings, they conform to the virtues of all enlightened ones, they set forth the enlightening techniques of the Buddhas. This is called the treasury of faith of great enlightening beings. When enlightening beings abide in this treasury of faith, they can hear and retain all the Buddha teachings, explain them to sentient beings, and cause them all to awaken to understanding. What is the enlightening being's treasury of ethics? Enlightening beings perfect the ethic of universal benefit, the ethic of not accepting wrong precepts, the ethic of non-dwelling, the ethic of no regret or resentment, the ethic of non-contention, the ethic of non-injury, the ethic of non-defilement, the ethic of non-covetousness, the ethic of impeccability, and the ethic of non-transgression of moral precepts. What is the ethic of universal benefit? The enlightening beings accept and uphold pure ethics fundamental for the sake of benefiting all living beings. What is the ethic of not accepting false precepts? The enlightening beings do not accept or practice precepts of cultists, they only exert themselves naturally in maintaining the impartial, pure precepts of the Buddhas of past, present, and future. What is the ethic of non-dwelling? When the enlightening beings accept and keep ethical precepts, their minds do not dwell in the realm of desire, they don't dwell in the realm of form, they don't dwell in the formless realm. Why? Because they don't keep precepts in hopes of being born there in those realms. What is the ethic of no regret or resentment? The enlightened beings always abide peaceful why in a state of mind free from regret and resentment. Why? Because they don't commit serious wrongdoings, they don't practice flattery or deception, and they don't break the pure precepts. What is the ethic of non-contention? The enlightening beings do not deny what has been previously established, and do not innovate their minds always follow the precepts which are directed toward nirvana, keeping the without transgression. They do not afflict other beings by their keeping of precepts, they keep ethical precepts with the sole desire that all beings be joyful. What is the ethic of non-injury? The enlightening beings do not harm sentient beings on TNZ inexhaustible treasuries 487 account of their precepts, or by learning charms, or by making drugs. They only keep ethical precepts for the purpose of saving and protecting all living beings. What is the ethics of non-defilement? The enlightening beings do not cling to extreme or biased views, they do not keep impure precepts, they only contemplate interdependent origination and keep emancipating precepts. What is the ethic of non-covetousness? The enlightening beings do not display extraordinary signs to make a show of virtue, they only keep ethical precepts for the purpose of fulfilling the way to emancipation. What is the ethic of impeccability? The enlightening beings do not boast of themselves as upholding precepts, and when they see those who break the precepts they do not scorn or shame them. They only make their minds single and keep the ethical precepts. What is the ethic of non-transgression? The enlightening beings forever cease killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, two-faced talk, slander, meaningless talk, greed, anger, and false views. They fully accept the precepts of 10 kinds of virtuous actions. When enlightening beings observe this ethic of non-transgression, they think, sentient beings' transgressions of pure morality are all due to delusion. Only a Buddha is able to know why sentient beings become deluded and transgress pure morality. I should accomplish supreme enlightenment and extensively explain the truth to sentient beings, to free them from delusion. This is called the Great Enlightening Being's second treasury, of ethics. What is the Great Enlightening Being's treasury of shame? The enlightening beings remember the wrongs they committed in the past and conceive shame. That is, they think, since beginningless past all sentient beings and I have been parents and children, brothers and sisters to each other, being full of greed, hatred, and ignorance, pride, conceit, dishonesty, deception, and all other afflictions, we have therefore harmed each other, plundering, raping, and killing, doing all manner of evil. Sentient beings are like this because of passions and afflictions. They do not respect or honor each other, they don't agree with or obey each other, they don't defer to each other, they don't edify or guide each other, they don't care for each other, they go on killing and injuring each other, being enemies and malefactors to each other. Reflecting on myself as well as other sentient beings, we act shamelessly in the past, future, and present, while the Buddhas of past, future, and present see and know it all. Now if I don't stop this shameless behavior, the Buddhas of all times will also see me. Why do I still not stop such conduct? This will never do. I should therefore concentrate on eliminating evil and realizing complete perfect enlightenment, to expound the truth for all beings. This is called Great Enlightening Being's third treasury, of shame. What is the Great Enlightening Being's treasury of conscience? The enlightening beings are ashamed of their insatiable desires of the past and consequent increase of all afflictions, such as greed, anger, folly, 488 the flower ornament scripture etc., and resolve that they should not act this way any more. Also they think, sentient beings are unwise, developing afflictions, they do all sorts of bad things. They do not respect or honor each other and develop into enemies and malefactors to each other. They have committed all such evils, and are happy about it, pursuing and approving of them. Blind, having no eye of wisdom, they enter wombs in mothers' bellies and undergo birth, becoming impure corporeal beings, finally to become gray and wrinkled. Those of wisdom observe this to be simply something impure born of lust. The Buddhas of past, present, and future sec and know all. If I now were to still act in these ways, I would be trying to fool the Buddhas. Therefore I should cultivate conscience, quickly attain complete perfect enlightenment, and explain the truth to all beings. This is called Great Enlightening Being's fourth treasury, of conscience. What is the Great Enlightening Being's treasury of learning? The enlightening beings know that something exists because something else exists, and that something does not exist because something else does not exist. They know that something comes to be because something else comes to be, and that something passes away because something else passes away. They know what is mundane and what is transmundane, what is compounded and what is uncompounded, what is meaningful and what is pointless. What does it mean that something exists because something else exists? It means that when there is ignorance there is conditioning. What does it mean that because something does not exist something else does not exist? It means that when there is no discriminating consciousness there is no name and form. What does it mean that something comes to be because something else comes to be? It means that when craving comes to be suffering comes to be. What does it mean that something passes away because something else passes away? It means that when becoming passes away birth passes away. What are mundane phenomena? Immaterial form, sensation, perception, conditioning, and consciousness. What are transmundane phenomena? Discipline, concentration, wisdom, liberation, and the knowledge and insight of liberation. What are compounded things? The realm of desire, the realmof for M, the formless realm, and the realmof sentient beings. What are uncompounded things? Space, nirvana, extinction by analysis, extinction because of lack of conditions, and the subsistence of the nature of things, interdependent origination. What are things with meaning? The four holy truths, the four fruits of ascesis, the four special naldigs, the four fgarlkskas, the 4 points of mindfulness, the 4 right efforts, the 4 bases of spiritual powers, the 5 faculties and 5 powers, the 7 branches of enlightenment, and the 8-fold path of sages. Tiert's inexhaustible treasuries 489. What are pointless issues? Whether the world is finite or infinite, or both, or neither, whether the world is permanent or impermanent, or both, or neither, whether a Buddha exists after nirvana or not, whether a Buddha both does and does not exist or neither does nor does not exist after nirvana, whether oneself and sentient beings exist or not, whether they both do and do not exist, whether they neither do nor do not exist, how many Buddhas attained final nirvana in the past, how many listeners and individual illuminates attain final nirvana, how many Buddhas, listeners, individual illuminates, and sentient beings there are presently existing, what Buddhas appeared first, what listeners and individual illuminates appeared first, what Buddhas will appear last, what listeners and individual illuminates will appear last, where the world came from, where the world will go, how many worlds have come to be, how many worlds have perished, where did the worlds come from, where did the worlds go, what the very beginning of birth and death is, what the very end of birth and death will be. These all are called pointless issues. Great enlightening beings form this thought: sentient beings haven't much learning in regard to birth and death and are not capable of knowing all these things. I should determine to sustain the treasury of learning, realize unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment, and expound the truth to sentient beings. This is called Great Enlightening Being's fifth treasury, of learning. What is the Great Enlightening Being's treasury of giving? The enlightening beings practice 10 kinds of giving: partial giving, exhaustive giving, inside giving, outside giving, inside and outside giving, total giving, past giving, future giving, present giving, and ultimate giving. What is enlightening beings' partial giving? They are benevolent and kind by nature and are very generous. If they receive fine food, they don't take it all themselves, they want to share it with others, and only then will they eat. The same applies to everything they may receive. When they eat, they think. There are countless microorganisms in my body whose life depends on me. If my body is satisfied, so are they. If my body is hungry or in pain, so are they. May this food which I now receive enable all beings to be satisfied. I myself eat this in order to distribute it to them, without greed for the taste. They also think, throughout the long night of ignorance I have been attached to this body and want to satisfy it, so I take food and drink. Now I bestow this food on living beings, so that I may forever end covetousness and attachment. This is called partial giving. What is enlightening beings' exhaustive giving? They get various kinds of fine food, incense, flowers, clothes, and other necessities of life. If they use them themselves, they can live out their years in comfort. If they give them up and pass them on to others, they will suffer want and die. Sometimes there may be people who come and say, "You should give me everything you have." The enlightening beings think to themselves, "Since beginning elks past I have died of starvation 490 tlze flower ornament scripture countless times without having the benefit of being able to help anyone at all. Now I all again give up my life as I have in the past, so I old do it for the sake of helping sentient beings." So they give away all they have, even to the point of ending life. This is called exhaustive G1VMG. What is enlightening beings inside giving? When the enlightening beings are young, vigorous, and good-looking, adorned with scents, flowers, and clothing, and have just received coronation as universal sovereigns, having all the 7 treasures of universal monarchs, reigning over the 4 quarters, if someone howled come and say, 0 grams read sovereign, know that I am old and feeble, seriously ill, alone and helpless, worn out, not far from death. If I were to receive the hands and feet, blood and flesh, head, eyes, bones, and marrow from the King-G's body, my life would be saved. Please don't deliberate further and do not begrudge me this, just look upon me with compassion and give them to me. At such a time the enlightening beings would think, this body of mine will in the end surely die, without any benefit. I should take the opportunity to give it away early to save a living being. With this thought they give without regret. This is called inside giving. What is enlightening beings outside giving? When enlightening beings are in full maturity and physical well-being, replete with all marks of dignity, adorned with fine flowers and excellent clothing, having been crowned as universal monarchs reigning over the 4 quarters, having all the 7 treasures, should someone come and say, I am poor and oppressed by all kinds of miseries, please be so kind and compassionate as to give up your rank to me, so that I may reign and experience the felicities of sovereignty, the enlightening beings think, all flourishing and prosperity must inevitably decline and end. When it does decline and end, it is no longer possible to benefit sentient beings. I should satisfy this person as he requests. And having formed this they give up the throne without regret. This is called outside G1VMG. What is enlightening beings inside and outside giving? When the enlightening beings are in the position of universal monarch, as explained before, if someone comes and says, you have been in the rank of universal monarch for a long time, and I have never been. Please abdicate in my favor, and be my attendant. At that time the enlightening beings think, my body, wealth, and rank are all impermanent. I am no \v in my me, wealthy, in possession of the whole world. Now a beggar appears before me, I should, through these perishable things, seek the imperishable truth. And so thinking, they abdicate, personally work respectfully as servants, without regret. This is called inside and outside giving. What is the enlightening being's total giving? The enlightening beings are in the rank of universal monarch as described before, and countless poor people come and say, the fame of the monarch is heard 10 inexhaustible treasuries 49 throughout the world, and we have come here because of your reputation. Wehhhaverequuests which we hopeuwillcom pa ssionately fulfill l. Then THOSEPOORPEOPLEVARIOUSLYASK the M on arch for the LAND, for HISWIFEANDCH children, for HISHANDSAND feet, BLOOD, FLESH, HEART, LUNGS, head, eyes, marrow, and brains. At such a time, the enlightening beings think ALLWHOLOVEMUST even to ALLY part, with NO benefit T to S ancient Bay NGS. NOW I want to give you P all clinging, and fulfill the wishes of sentient beings with these things which I must in any case eventual ly loci. HAVINGTHUSREFL acted, they give ALL, without regret or reason TMENT, and without looking down on sentient beings. This is called total G1VMG. What is the enlightening beings past giving? The enlightening beings, having heard of the accomplishments and virtues of the Buddhas and enlightening beings of the past, are not attached to them, realizing they are not existent. They do not create discrimination, do not covet, crave, or seek them. They depend on nothing. They see things as like dreams, without solidity. They do not conceive of roots of goodness as existent, and they do not rely on them, however, they fulfill the teachings of Buddhas and expound them in a writer to teach ANDEDIFIGRASPING, clinging sentient Bay NGS. ALSO they conti MPLATEALL things of the PAST, S irching THEMOUT everywhere to phi and D they can NOTBEAPP rehended. HAVING reflected THUS, they ULTI madal y really NQUISHALL things of the past. This is called past giving. WHAT is enlightening beings future GIVING. WHN enlightening beings here of the Pratases of Buddhas of the future, they realize they are CNOT existent, they do not grasp their characteristics, they do not particularly delight in going to be born in the Buddha's lands, they do not indulge, do not cling, and yet do not disdain them, they do not dedicate virtues there, yet they do not withdraw from virtue on their account they always cultivate practice diligently, never giving up, just wanting to including you'd sentient beings inthos real ms, explain the truth to them, and cause them to master the qualities of Buddhahood. And yet these qualities have no locus, yet rcnot without on, they are notinsidor outside, notncaror far. They also think thats in cethingsarc not existent they cannot but be rel inquished. This is cal ed fut urigi I6ng. What is enlightening beings present giving? When the enlightening beings hear of the virtues of all the beings of various heavenly states, of Buddhist disciples and individual illuminates, their minds are not confused or absorbed, not concentrated or scattered, they only observe all acti onsaslik dream s, un real they haveno craving or attach ment, but in order to cause sentient beings to divorce evil dispositions, they pract ice the enlightening path with outdiscrination, fulfill lth. Ebuddha teachings, and expound them. This is called present giving. What is enlightening beings' ultimate giving? If innumerable sentient beings, some lacking eyes, some laying cars, some laying noses or tongues, orhandSor feet, should come and say to the enlightening 492 the flower omament scripture beings, we are unfortunate, physically handicapped please be so kind as to give up your organs so as to make us complete, the enlightening beings, hearing this, immediately give them, even if because of this they should be physically handicapped for incalculable eons. They would never have a single throat of regret. They just observe this body from its first conception, its various organs an unclean little mass of cells, which is born, ages, gets sick, and dies. They also contemplate this body as having no true reality, being shameless, lacking in sagacity, foul and unclean, held up by bones and joints, covered with blood and flesh, with 9 apertures constantly flowing, despised by people. Having thus contemplated, they do not conceive a single thought of attachment. They also reflect that this body is fragile and unstable and not to be clung to, that it should be given to satisfy the wishes of others, and that this deed will guide all sentient beings and cause them to be unattached to body or mind, enabling them to develop the pure body of Nalk. This is called ultimate giving. This is the enlightening being's 6th treasury, of generosity. What is the great enlightening being's treasury of wisdom? The enlightening beings know form as it really is, know the assemblage of form as it really is, know the extinction of form as it really is, know the path to extinction of form as it really is. They know sensation, perception, conditioning, and consciousness as they really are, know the assemblage of sensation, perception, conditioning, and consciousness as it really is, know the extinction of sensation, perception, conditioning, and consciousness as it real is, and now the path to extinction of sensation, perception, conditioning, and consciousness as it real is. They know ignorance as it real is, know the accumulation of ignorance as it really is, know the extinction of ignorance as it really is, know the path to extinction of ignorance as it really is. They know craving as it really is, they know the accumulation of craving as it really is, they know the extinction of craving as it really is, they know the path to the extinction of craving as it really is. They know Buddhist discipleship as it really is, they know the principles of discipleship as they really are, they know the development of discipleship as it really is, they know the nirvana of Buddhist disciples as it really is. They know individual enlightenment as it really is, they know the principles of individual enlightenment as they real are, they know the development of individual enlightenment as it real is, they know the nirvana of individual illuminates as it really is. They know enlightening beings as they really are, they know the principles of enlightening beings as they really are, they know the development of enlightening beings as it really is, they know the nirvana of enlightening beings as it really is. In what way do they know these things? They know that actions resulting from past deeds, productions of causes and conditions, are all unreal and empty, are not self, are not substantial. There is not a single thing that can be established. Wishing to cause sentient beings to know 10 inexhaustible treasuries 493 their true nature, they explain it extensively for them. What do they explain to them? They explain that all things cannot be destroyed. What things cannot be destroyed? Material form cannot be destroyed, sensation, perception, conditioning, and consciousness cannot be destroyed, ignorance cannot be destroyed, the principles of discipleship, self-enlightenment, and universal enlightenment cannot be destroyed. Why? Because all things are uncreated, have no creator, have no explanation and no location, are unborn and unoriginated, not given and not taken, have no motion and no function. Enlightening beings developing such a measureless treasury of wisdom, understand all things by a minimum of devices, spontaneously comprehending them clearly and not depending on another for enlightenment. This inexhaustible treasury of wisdom is said to be inexhaustible because it has 10 kinds of inexhaustibility, because the skills of learned enlightening beings are inexhaustible, because association with wise people is inexhaustible, because appropriate analysis of expressions and meanings is inexhaustible, because entry into the profound realm of reality is inexhaustible, because adornment with uniform knowledge is inexhaustible, because indefatigably accumulating all virtues is inexhaustible, because entering the gates of all concentration formulae is inexhaustible, because ability to distinguish the sounds of languages of all sentient beings is inexhaustible, because the ability to cut off the doubt and confusion of all sentient beings is inexhaustible, because manifesting all spiritual powers of Buddhas for all sentient beings to teach and civilize them and cause them to practice the teaching without interruption is inexhaustible. This is called the Great Enlightening Being's 7th treasury, of wisdom. Those who abide in this treasury attain inexhaustible knowledge and wisdom, and are able to enlighten all sentient beings. What is great enlightening beings' inexhaustible treasury of recollection? The enlightening beings cast off ignorance and confusion and attain full mindfulness. They remember 1 lifetime, 2 lifetimes, even 10 lifetimes, 100, 1,000, 100,000, countless hundreds of thousands of lifetimes in the past, their ages of formation, ages of decay, and ages of both formation and decay. And not just 1 age of formation, not just 1 age of decay, not just 1 age of formation and decay, 100 ages, 1,000 ages, 100,000 trillion ages, even up to countless, measureless, boundless, incomparable, uncountable, incalculable, unthinkable, immeasurable, inexplicable, unspeakably unspeakable numbers of Buddha's names. They remember the appearance in the world and forecasting of 1 Buddha up to an unspeakably unspeakable number of Buddhas. They remember the emergence in the world and discourses of 1 up to an unspeakably unspeakable number of Buddhas. As they remember the discourses, so also they remember the recapitulative verses, predictions. 494 The Flower Onuun C1 LT Script 11 RC Poem S, Stories, Ext MP Oranius Exposition S, Tales of Past Events, Tales OT Past Lives, Extensive and Universal Teachings, Miracles, Metaphors, and Analytic Philosophy of the Buddhas. They remember 1 Assembly, up to an unspeakably unspeakable number of assemblies. They remember the exposition of 1 teaching, up to an unspeakably unspeakable number teachings. They remember the various-natural-1 culti, up the various-natural-2 and unspeakably unspeakable number 1 cultis. They remember the innumerable various natures of 1 up to an unspeakably unspeakable number of faculties. They remember the various-natural residential of 1 fflation, up to the various-nat years of an unspecably new number faffldons. They remember berthevarious-naturesofonieup to unspecably unspeakablenumberof. This recollection is often kinds, dispassionate, serene recollection, pure, clear recollection, unmuddled recollection, thoroughly lucid recollection, recollection apart from defilement, recollectio napart from various untaint recollectio n, radiant recollectio n, pleasant recollection, unhindered recollection. Whenenlig beings dwell in this recollectio, no one from any world can dis2rb them, no different philosop highs orjrgumentscanch change ormove the m. Theirrootsoftgoodness fro m the pastarcallpurified. Theyarc not inf1ucn said byor attached to m on da anything gs. Demons and outsiders cannot harm them. They can be reborn in different for mswithout forgetty ng anything ing. Their teach ing inpastand futurisinxhastible. They alive together with sentient beingsinall worlds with never any faltsormisds. They enter the congregation at the sites of enlightenment of all Buddhas without impediment, and are able to associate all Buddhas. This is Khaled the Grit enligh teni ng bay ngs 8th treasury, of recollection. What is great in lig teni ng being s treasury of p reservation. The enlightening beings preserve the discourses of the Buddhas, their expressions, meanings, and principles, without forgetting gorlosing the m, foroneli time, up to anunspecablyunspecably number ofli fedimes. THEYCHOLDTHENAMEOFONEBUDDHAUPTOANUNSPEAKABLY unspeakable number of Buddhas. They preserve the reckoning of one age up to an unspeakable number of ages. They preserve the predictions of one Buddha up to an unspeakable number BCR of yuddhas. They preserve one scripture, up to an unspeakable number of scriptures. They hold one assembly, up to an unspeakable number of assemblies. They preserve the XPLANATIONOF1 Dutri NE, up to the EXPLANATIONS of an UNSPEAKABLY unspeakable number of doctrines. They keep in mind the countless various natures of one up to an unspeakable number of faculties. They keep in mind the countless various UP to an UNSPKBLY unspeakable NUMBEROFAFFLICTIONS. They keep in mind the countless various natures of one, up to an unspeakable number of concentrations. This treasury of preservation is boundless. TE11 Inxlosostable treasuries 495 and hard to fill, it is hard to reach its depths, hard to approach. No one can conquer it. It is measureless and boundless, inexhaustible, and has great power. This is in the realm of Buddhas and can only be completely comprehended by a Buddha. This is called the Great Enlightening Being's ninth treasury, of preservation. What is Great Enlightening Being's treasury of elocution? The enlightening beings have a profound knowledge and wisdom and no real ity. They extensively explain all things for sentient beings without contradicting the scriptures of all the Buddhas. They explain one doctrine, up to an unspeakable number of doctrines. They explain one Buddha name, up to an unspeakable number of Buddha names. In this way they explain one world, one Buddha's predictions, one scripture, one assembly, one teaching, countless various nature residential of one faculty, countless various natures of one affliction, countless various natures of one concentration, up to an unspeakable number of all of these. They nui speak for a day, for a fortnight, for a Monday for a century, for a millennium, 100 millennia, and con, 100 cons, 1,000 cons, 100,000 cons, 100,000 billion trillion cons, or for countless, innumerable cons, up to unspeakable numbers of cons. The number of cons might be exhausted, but the meanings and principles in a single sentence or phrase can hardly be exhausted. Why? Because the enlightening beings have developed these 10 inexhaustible treasuries, and can comprehend all things. The method of concentration formulae is obvious to them, containing incalculable millions of concentration spells. Once they have attained mental command of this concentration formula, they can extensively explain things to sentient beings by the light of truth. When they preach, with a universal tongue they produce marvelous sounds which fill all worlds in the 10 directions, satisfying all according to their faculties and natures, so that their minds are happy and freed from the entangling taints of all afflictions. The intellectual and interpretative powers of the enlightening beings, able to enter into all linguistic expression, spoken and written, causes all sentient beings to continue the lineage of Buddhas. Their purity of mind is continuous, and they expound the truth endlessly by the light of the teaching, without becoming weary. Why? Because these enlightening beings have developed boundless bodies as extensive as space, pervading the cosmos. This is called the enlightening being's 10th treasury, of elocution. This treasury is inexhaustible, unbroken, uninterrupted, unchanging, unhindered, never receding. It is extremely deep, and indeed bottomless. It is hard to enter. It goes into the doors of all the Buddha teachings. These 10 inexhaustible treasuries have 10 kinds of inexhaustibility which enable enlightening beings to ultimately achieve unexcelled enlightenment. What are they? They benefit all sentient beings, they skillfully dedicate their original vows, they have no end throughout all 496 the flower ornament scripture time, Throughout the realm of space all become enlightened, their minds unbounded, their dedication involves striving but they are not attached, the phenomena in the realm of an instant of thought are infinite, the mind of great vows never changes, they skillfully take in all concentration formulae, they are guarded by all the Bhutas, they comprehend all things are like phantoms. These are the 10 inexhaustible things which can enable deeds in all worlds to attain the ultimate inexhaustible great treasuries. Bok 23 Ascent to the palace of the Tushita heaven then, by the spiritual power of the Buddha, in each continent Jambu of every world in the 10 directions was seen a Buddha sitting under a tree, at each of which were enlightening beings imbued with spiritual power from the Buddha expounding the teaching, each thinking themselves to be always face to face with the Buddha. At that time the Buddha, again by spiritual power, went to the palace adorned by all exquisite jewels in the Tushita heaven of satisfaction and happiness, yet without leaving the foot of the enlightenment tree and the palace of the Suyama heaven on the peak of Mt Sumuru. The celestial king of the Tushita heaven, seeing from afar the Buddha's advent, set up a jewel mine lion seat in the palace. That lion throne was made of a collection of celestial jewels obtained from roots of goodness cultivated in the past, made manifest by the spiritual powers of all Buddhas, born of countless hundreds of thousands of millions of Bil lions of roots of goodness, created by the pure teachings of all enlightened ones, adorned by the power of infinite virtue. Resulting from pure actions, it was indestructible, endlessly delightful to all beholders. Its transcendental qualities were not influenced by the world. Though all sentient beings come to gaze on it, none could exhaustively fathom its glories. There were 100 trillion tears all around it, with 100 trillion gold webs, 100 trillion flower curtains, 100 trillion jewel curtains, 100 trillion garland curtains, and 100 trillion incense curtains hung above it. Garlands of flowers hung down, their scent perfuming everywhere. 100 trillion canopies of flowers, 100 trillion canopies of garlands, and 100 trillion canopies of jewels were held by various celestial beings arrayed in rows on all 4 sides. 100 trillion precious robes were spread on it. 100 trillion balconies radiantly adorned it, with 100 trillion nets of pearls and 100 trillion nets of jewels covering above, while 100 trillion nets of necklaces hung down on all 4 sides. 100 trillion nets of ornaments, 100 trillion nets of canopies, 498 the flower ornament scripture ahund red lion nets of robes, and 100 trillion nets of jewel tapestries were hung above. 100 trillion nets of jewel lotuses in fu llbloom with glorious light, 100 trillion nets of incense with exquisite fragrance delighting everyone, 100 trillion curtains of jewel chimes moving gently producing harmonious elegant sounds, ahund red trillion curtains of precious sandalwood, its fragrance perfuming the air. Ahund red trillion curtains of precious flowers in full lbloom, ahund red trillion curtains of raiment of various subtle hues, rare in the world, ahund red trillion curtains showing enlightening beings, 100 trillion multicolored curtains, 100 trillion gold curtains, 100 trillion lapis lazuli curtains, and 100 trillion curtains of various jewels, were all hung above. 100 trillion curtains of all jewels, adorned by huge wish-fulfilling gems, and 100 trillion tlo wares of exquisite jewels sur rounded in glorious arrays. 100 trillion reflecting hangings, of superb beauty, were placed at intervals. 100 trillion garlands of jewels and 100 trillion garlands of fragrances hung down on all 4 sides. Ahund red trillion celestial fragrant resins per fu med every air. Ahund red trillionornaments of celestial decorations, ahund trillionornaments of jewel flowers, ahund red trillionornaments of jewels from the finest mines, 100 trillion ornaments of wishfu lfillingjus, and and red trillion ornaments of wishfu filling pearls fro mthe ocean, adorn the body of the throne. 100 trillion embroidered tapes tries of exquisite jewels trailed down like streamers. 100 trillion cosmic nets of diamonds, 100 trillion wish fulfill ling jewels, and 100 trillion beautiful gold treasu retroves were placed at intervals as embellishments. 100 trillion luminous jewels and 100 trillion sapphires blazing with light and 100 trillion indestructible celestial gems formed the window s, 100 trillion jewels of pure qulitas, giving forth sublime colors, and 100 trillion jewels fro mpure beautifulmines for med thedorues. 100 trillion crescent jewels, phi nest in the world, ahun dread trillion in deking wishful phi lling jewels, ahund red trillion rose gold jewels, 100 trillion jewels fro pure troves, and 100 trillion jewels symbolic of sovereignty, all radiating lit, covered the top. Ahund red trillion jewels set in pure silver and 100 trillion jewels emblematic of the polar mountain adorned its lotus blossom bank. 100 trillion pearl ornaments, 100 trillion lapis lazuli ornaments, ahund red trillion rub yorn immense, ahund red trillion wish fulfilling jewel ornaments, 100 trillion ornaments ofjewellights, 100 trillion ornaments of jewels of various mines, 100 trillion red pearls, extremely pleasing to the sight, 100 trillion ornaments of jewels fro treasuries of boundless colors and for ms, ahund. Red trillion ornaments of inco rable jewels of extreme purity, ascent to the palace of the Tushita Rn 499 and 100 trillion ornaments offuels of superlative brilliance were hung all around as adornments. Ahund red trillion unusually beautiful decorations made of jewels, ahund red trillion jewels in the exquisite forms of celestial beings, ahund red trillions ubtle perfumes fro the 10 directions, ahund red trillion black sandalwood incenses, ahund red trillion fragrances fro inconceivable realms, 100 trillion most excellent scents, and ahund red trillion extremely pleasing incenses all emit fragrantirs, perfume. Ing the 10 directions. Ahund red trillion special incenses were scattered in all 10 directions, 100 trillion scents of pure light perfumed sentient ngs, ahund red trillion incenses ofbo undless various colors perfumed ll the Buddhaland ds, never fad ingaway, 100 trillion perfumes, ahund red trillions in ts, ahund trillion burning incenses perfumed everything. Ahund red trillion aloe perfumes fro lotus blossom banksp reducing great sound, ahund red trillion wafting fragrances with the power to transform the mindsof sentient beings, and ahund trillion perfumes with the powerto enlighten pervaded everywhere, causing all the senses of those who noticed them to become dispassionate and tranquil. There were also ahund red trillion various arrays of perless perfumes, kingsamong fragrances. There are ained ahund red trillion clouds seals tile flowers, ahund trillion clouds of celestial perfumes, ahund trillion clouds of heavenly incense powders, 100 trillion clouds of celestial blue lotuses, 100 trillion clouds of celestial red lotuses, 100 trillion clouds of heavenly white lotuses, 100 trillion clouds of heavenly mandarava flowers, 100 trillion clouds of all kinds of celestial flo wares, 100 trillion clouds of celestial garments, 100 trillion clouds of jewels, 100 trillion clouds of celestial canopies, 100 trillion clouds of celestial banners, 100 trillion clouds of celestial crowns, 100 trillion clouds of celestial ornaments, 100 trillion clouds of celestial garlands, 100 trillion clouds of necklaces of heavenly jewels, 100 trillion clouds of celestial sandalwood incense, 100 trillion clouds of celestial aloe incense. There were set up 100 trillion jewel banners, there were hung 100 trillion jewel pennants, there were draped 100 trillion jewel streamers, there were lit 100 trillion incense braziers, there were spread 100 trillion jewel garlands, there were held 100 trillion jewel fans, there weretakenupahund trillion gold whisks, there were draped 100 trillion nets of jewel chimes producing exquisite sounds when stirred by the breeze. 100 trillion jewel balustrades surrounded the throne, 100 trillion jewel palm trees were arrayed in rows. 100 trillion windows framed with gorgeous gems made magnificent adornments. 100 trillion jewel trees provided shade all around 100 trillion jewel turrets adorned north to south and cast to west. 100 trillion 500 tlzc flal/ja ornament scripture jeweled doorways were draped with garlands. 100 trillion golden chimes produced sublime music. 100 trillion ornaments in the formofus picious wimbles were draped in splendid roys. There were 100 trillion jewel talismans able to get rid of all evils, 100 trillion gold treasuries woven of golden thread, 100 trillion jewel umbrellas with handles of precious cloments held in rows, and 100 trillion nets of all kinds of precious ornaments arrayed at intervals. 100 trillion luminous jewels radiated various kinds of light, 100 trillion light beams illumined everywhere. There were 100 trillion sun treasury orbs and 100 trillion moon treasury orbs, all made of collections of jewels of infinite Colorado Rs. 100 trillion fragirant flames hone with crystal clear light. 100 trillion banks of lotuses burst into glory os bloom. 100 trillion nets of jewels, 100 trillion nets of flo wares, and 100 trillion nets of incenses covered above. 100 trillion jewel robes, 100 trillion sapphire robes, 100 trillion celestial yellow robes, 100 trillion celestial red robes, 100 trillion celestial robes of unusual colors, 100 trillion extraordinary celestial robes of various precious substances, 100 trillion various perfumed robes, 100 trillion robes made of all precious substances, and 100 trillion pure white robes, were all careful esprit, delightful to allo. Observers. 100 trillion banners of celestial chimes and 100 trillion banners of golden mesh produced subtle tones. There were 100 trillion bandas of heavenly embroideries, containing all colors. 100 trillion fragrant banners were draped with webs of perfume. 100 trillion flower banners showed all kinds of flowers. 100 trillion banners of raiment trailed exquisite robes. There were 100 trillion celestial jewel banners, studded with all sorts of gems, 100 trillion celestial ornament banners, decorated with a manner of embellishments, 100 trillion celestial garland banners, garlands of various kinds of flowers arrayed on four sides, 100 trillion celestial canopy banners, with jewel bells harmoniously ringing, pleasing all hearers. There were 100 trillion celestial conches producing wonderful sounds, 100 trillion celestial bass drums producing great booms, 100 trillion celestial pipes producing subtle sounds, 100 trillion celestial drums producing loud beautiful L sounds, 100 trillion orchestras playing all at once, 100 trillion independent celestial musicians producing sublime sounds filling allbudd Holland s, 100 trillion celestial magical music sounding like echoes, responding to all things, 100 trillion celestial drums producing wonderful sounds when struck, 100 trillion kinds of miraculous celestial music which produced spontaneous harmony, and 100 trillion various celestial ASSEMB lies producing wonderful music extinguishing all FFLitions. ASCE1ZT to the palace of the Tushita Heaven 51 AHUN trillion pleasing sounds SANG praises OF giving OTTERINGS, AHUN trillion far-reaching sounds SANG praises OF service, AHUN trillion extremely deep sounds sang praises of practical application, AH100 trillion sounds of myriad utilities SANG praises of the fruits of the Buddha's deeds, 100 trillion delicate sounds sang praises of principles in accord with reality, 100 trillion unimpeded sounds of truth SANG praises of BUDDHASPAST practices, AHUN trillion pure sounds SANG praises of past of tearings to the Hudas, AH100 trillionsOUNDSOF teachings SANG praises of the SUPReme fearlessness of the BUDDHAS, AH100 trillion infinite sounds SANG praises of the infinity of enlighten ing bangs virtues, AH100 trillion SOUNDSOF the stages of enlightening beings sang praises of revealing the practices appropriate to all the stages of enlightening, 100 trillion uninterrupted soundssang praises of the endlessness of the BUDDHAS virtues, AHUN trilionconformative sounds SANG praises of practices BYWH BUDDHA is seen, AHUN trillion sounds of extremely PROFOUND teaching sang praises of principles corresponding to unhindered knowledge of ALL thin GS. AHUN trillion great sounds phi LLED all BUDDHALANDS, AHUN trillion sounds OFUN embedded purity caused ALL to rejoice in accord with their inclinations, 100 trillion sounds of non-dwelling in the triple world caused all hearers to enter deeply into the nature of reality, 100 trillion sounds OFU caused the minds of all hearers to be UNOB-structed, with deep faith and respect. AHUN trillion sounds of the realm of Buddhahood revealed the meanings of all things, AHUN trillion sounds of concentrate ion formulae expounded the distinctions of all doctrines, definitively comprehending the esoteric treasury of the enlightened ones, 100 trillion sounds of all truths, gentle and pleasant, harmonized all the music. There were AH100 trillion newly inspired enlightening beings who, as soon as they saw this throne, doubly increased their determination for omniscience, AHUN trilionenlightening beings repairing the ground d, their minds pure and joyful l, AH100 trillion practicing enlightening beings, their understanding pure and clear, 100 trillion nobly born enlightening beings, abiding in supreme zeal, AHUN trillion enlightening beings EQ. UIPPED with skill in MEANS, Activati NG the great vehicle, 100 trillion enlightening beings in the ABODEOF right MIND full NESS, diligently cultivati NG the PATHOFALLNLIGHT enning beings, 100 trillion non-regressing enlightening beings, PURIFIINGALLS stages of enlightenment, AH100 trillion NLIGH tenning beings OFYOUTH full nature, attaining NG the LIGHTOFCON sent ration OF all enlightening beings, 100 trillion. Prince of teaching enlightening beings, entering the inconceivable sphere of all Buddhas, 100 trillion coronated enlightening beings, able to manifest the 10p hours of infinite enlightened ones, 100 trillion enlightened ing bay ngswithm of spiritual powers, 100 trillion enlightening beings with pure understanding, 100 trillion enlightening beings with deter 502 the flower omament scripture m and minds, 100 trillion enlightening beings with profound, unbreakable faith, 100 trillion enlightening beings expounding the meanings of the teachings, causing knowledge to be sure, 100 trillion enlightening beings with undisturbed correct recollection, red trillion enlightening beings of certain knowledge, 100 trillion enlightening beings with the power to retain what they hear, holding all the Buddha teachings, 100 trillion enlightening beings producing in finitely vast great awareness and understanding, 100 trillion enlightening beings abiding in the faculty OFFAITH, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had attained transcendent self-control and full lykept all the moral precepts, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had attained transcendent generosity and were able to give everything, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had attained transcendent forbearance whose minds did not wander and who were able to accept all the Buddha teachings, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had attained transcendent vigor and were capable of carrying out infinite efforts for emancipation, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had attained transcendent meditation and were imbued with the infinite meditations, 100 trillion enlightening beings whohad attained transcendent wisdom, the light of their wisdom able to illumine everywhere, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had perfected great vows, allpuri, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had attained the lamp of knowledge, clearly illumining the teachings, 100 trillion enlightening beings illuminate by the light of truth of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, 100 trillion enlightening beings expounding the way to get rid of fall ly through ughout the te and direction s, 100 trillion enlightening beings who entered the fields ofallbuddhas, 100 trillion enlightening beings whose body of reality reached all Buddha lands, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had attained the voice of Buddhas and were capable of enlightening many, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had attained the means of producing all knowledge, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had accomplished all aspects of the teaching, 100 trillion enlightening beings who had attained true knowledge, like jewel banners, able to make plain all Buddha teachings, and 100 trillion enlightened beings able to full ly reveal the realm of enlightenment. 100 trillion celestial kings of the various heavens prostrated themselves reverently, 100 trillion ruga kings gazed phi xedly, 100 trillion yaksha kings joined their pal ms above their heads, 100 trillion gand harva kings developed puri mins of faith, 100 trillion titan kings cut off their pride, 100 trillion garuda kings held stream ers in their mouths, 100 trillion inara kings dian set joy full y, 100 trillion oraga kingsgazed with dlight, 100 trillion world leaders bowed with respect, 100 trillion kings of the heavens of 30 celestial real ms gazed unblinking, ascenti to the palace, the Tushita HCAVC 11503 HUND trillion kings of the SUYAMA heavens joy fu lly sang p raises, AHUND trillion kings of Tushita heavens p rostrated their BODIES, 100 trillion kings of the heavens of NJOE man T of EMANA. Shins bowed their heads to the ground in respect, 100 trillion kings of the heavens of command of others emanations joined their palms reverently, 100 trillion kings of the Brahma heavens watched single-mindedly, 100 trillion celestial kings of great power reverently made offerings, 100 trillion enlightening beings sang eulogies aloud, 100 trillion goddesses single-mindedly made offering s, 100 trillion deities with the same aspirations danced with joy, 100 trillion deities who had lived in the same place in antiquity sang Hmnsof praise with beautiful voices. 100 trillion Brahmavadi deities prostrated themselves in respect. 100 trillion Brahma assistant deities joined their pal ms at their crowns. 100 trillion Brahma group deities circled around as guardian attendants. 100 trillion great Brahma deities sang eulogies of infinitive virtues. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of light threw themselves on the ground. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of little light sang eulogies of the difficulty of Eden G with an age when a Buddha is in the world. 100 trillion deities of the he avans of infinite light wed to the buddha from afar. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of light sound sang of the rarity of getting to sec a Buddha. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of purity came hralo. And G with their mansions. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of minor purity bowed their heads with pure hearts. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of infinite purity descended, wishing to see the Buddha. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of universal purity approached with reverence and respect and made offerings. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of vastness reflected on past roots of goodness. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of minor vastness contemplated the rarity of the enlightened. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of infinite vastness, with residential pect initiated all good actions. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of vast results bowed reverently. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of no troubles bowed respectful lly, their faith rm and enduring. 100 trillion deities of the evens of no heat joined their palms and remembranced the Buddha tirelessly. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of good sight bowed their heads to the ground. 100 trillion deities of the heavens of good manifest Tashin meditated constantly on honoring and serving the Buddhas. 100 trillion deities of the heaven of the ulti made of for mbo wed reverently. 100 trillion deities of various heavens sang praises with great joy. 100 trillion deities each careful ly considered and madeadornments. 100 trillion enlightening deities guarded the Buddha's throne, ceas slye embellishing it. 100 trillion flrba ring enlightening beings sho word all kinds of flowers. 100 trillion 504 the flower ornament scripture incense bearing enlightening beings showered all kinds of fragrances. 100 trillion garland bearing enlightening beings showered all kinds of garlands. 100 trillion enlightening beings bearing powdered incense showered all kinds of powdered incenses. 100 trillion perfume bearing enlightening beings showered all kinds of perfumes. 100 trillion raiment bearing enlightening beings showered all kinds of raiment. 100 trillion parasol bearing enlightening beings showered all kinds of parasols. 100 trillion banner bearing deities showered all kinds of banners. 100 trillion pennant bearing enlightening beings showered all kinds of pennants. 100 trillion gem bearing enlightening beings showered all kinds of jewels. 100 trillion ornament bearing enlightening beings showered all kinds of ornaments. 100 trillion godlings came forth from their celestial palaces to the side of the throne. 100 trillion godlings with pure faithful minds came with their palaces. 100 trillion nobly born godlings supported the throne with their bodies. 100 trillion consecrated godlings held the throne with their whole bodies. 100 trillion meditating enlightening beings contemplated respectfully. 100 trillion nobly born enlightening beings gave rise to purity of mind. 100 trillion enlightening beings became joyful and blissful in all senses. 100 trillion enlightening beings' profound minds of faith were purified. 100 trillion enlightening beings' faith and resolve were purified. 100 trillion enlightening beings' actions were purified. 100 trillion enlightening beings were enabled to take on birth freely. 100 trillion enlightening beings glowed with the light of truth. 100 trillion enlightening beings consummated the stages of enlightenment. 100 trillion enlightening beings became well able to teach and influence all sentient beings. Born of 100 trillion roots of goodness, protected by 100 trillion Buddhas, perfected by 100 trillion virtues, purified by 100 trillion sublime aspirations, beautified by 100 trillion great vows, produced by 100 trillion good actions, stabilized by 100 trillion virtuous qualities, made manifest by 100 trillion spiritual powers, developed by 100 trillion meritorious achievements, eulogized for 100 trillion praiseworthy qualities as in the world. The king of the Tushita heaven reverently set up a throne like this for the enlightened one, so did the kings of the Tushita heavens in all worlds likewise set up such thrones, with such adornments, with such ceremonies, with such faith, with such purity of mind, with such delight, with such joy, with such respect, with such appreciation of rarity, with such dancing, with such yearning, all were the same. Then the king of the Tushita heaven, having set up the throne for the enlightened one, respectfully greeted the Buddha together with countless godlings of the Tushita heaven. With pure hearts they showered clouds of flowers of innumerable colors, clouds of incenses of inconceivable to the palace of the Tushita heaven 505 able colors, clouds of garlands of various colors, vast clouds of pure sandalwood, clouds of innumerable various parasols, clouds of fine celestial raiment, clouds of boundless beautiful jewels, clouds of celestial ornaments, clouds of innumerable incenses of all kinds, and clouds of all kinds of sandalwood and aloe. When the godlings each produced these clouds from their bods, 100 trillion incalculable numbers of godlings of the Tushita heaven, as well as the other godlings in the assembly, were overjoyed and bowed reverently. Countless goddesses danced with joyful anticipation, gazing at the enlightened one. In the Tushita palace a host of unspeakably many enlightening beings hovered in the air, and with diligence and single-mindedness produced offerings surpassing all the heavens and presented them to the Buddha, bowing respectfully, while countless forms of music played all at once. At this point, because of the great spiritual power of the Buddha, because of the effluence of past roots of goodness, and because of his inconceivable mystic powers, all the gods and goddesses in the Tushita palace saw the Buddha from afar as though he were right before them. They all had the same thoughts. The appearance of an enlightened one in the world is rarely encountered now. We are getting to see an omniscient one, who has unimpeded true awareness of all things. Thus thinking, thus observing, together with the other groups they all welcomed the Buddha, each heaping celestial robes with all kinds of flowers, fragrances, jewels, ornaments, heavenly sandalwood and aloe incense, celestial jewel incenses, flowers of all heavenly fragrances, and mandarava flowers from all the heavens, and spread them as offerings to the Buddha. Hundreds of trillions of infinities of Tushita deities hovered in the air, all considering the Buddha the realm of wisdom and knowledge. They burnt all kinds of incenses, producing aromatic clouds, adorning the sky. Also, thinking of the Buddha with joy, they showered clouds of celestial flowers, adorning the sky. Also, thinking of the Buddha with respect, they showered clouds of celestial canopies, adorning the sky. Also, desirous of making offerings to Thebuddha, scattered clouds of all kinds of celestial garlands, adorning the sky. Also, engendering resolute faith in the Buddha, they cast countless nets of gold through the sky, with chimes of all kinds of jewels continuously producing beautiful tones. Also, considering the Buddha the supreme field of blessings, they adorned the sky with countless drapes and showered clouds of all kinds of jewelry endlessly. Also, conceiving profound faith in the Buddha, they adorned the sky with countless celestial mansions, playing all manner of celestial music, producing subtle, melodious tones. Also, considering how rare it is to meet a Buddha, they adorned the sky with clouds of celestial raiment of all kinds of colors, showering various incomparably beautiful robes. Also, their hearts leaping with boundless joy at the Buddha, they adorned the sky with countless celestial jewel crowns, raining countless celestial crowns forming great 506 the flower ornament scripture clouds. Also, conceiving great joy in regarding the Buddha, they adorned the sky with countless jewels of various colors, ceaselessly raining clouds of all kinds of jewelry. hundreds of trillions of infinities of celestial beings, all conceiving pure faith in the Buddha, scattered countless heavenly flowers of various colors and burned various celestial incenses as offerings to the Buddha. Also, thinking of the Buddha as a magnificent miraculous appearance, they brought celestial sandalwood incenses of innumerable various colors and reverently scattered them before the Buddha. Also, their hearts leaping with joy in regarding the Buddha, they followed the Buddha holding countless precious celestial robes of various colors and spread them on the roads as offerings to the Buddha. Also, regarding the Buddha with purity of mind, they greeted the Buddha carrying countless banners of celestial jewels of various colors. Also, conceiving supreme joy at the thought of the Buddha, they brought countless celestial adornments of various colors to present to the Buddha. Also, engendering unbreakable faith in the Buddha, they brought countless garlands of celestial jewels to present to the Buddha. Also, incomparably joyful at the thought of the Buddha, they brought countless pendants of celestial jewels of various colors to offer to the Buddha. 100 trillion infinities of celestial beings, with tamed, tranquil minds free from indulgence, brought countless celestial musical instruments of various forms producing sublime tones to present to the Buddha. 100 trillion infinities of enlightening beings already living in the palace of the Tushita heaven, with offerings surpassing those of all the gods, produced by the teaching transcending the worlds of desire, form and formlessness, produced by infinitely broad knowledge, developed by steadfast pure faith, produced by action free from afflictions, produced by the all-pervading unobstructed mind, produced by the profound principle of adaptable methodology, produced by inconceivable roots of goodness, perfected by countless displays of skill in means, revealed by the will to make offerings to the Buddha, stamped by the teaching of non-creation, made gifts of these offerings to the Buddha. They presented to the Buddha canopies of all precious substances born in the transcendent ways, drapes of all kinds of flowers born of pure understanding of the realm of all Buddhas, all kinds of garments born of acceptance of the non-origination of things, all kinds of nets of chimes born of the unimpeded mind entering into the state of indestructibility, all kinds of solid fragrance born of the mind understanding all things arc-like apparitions, beautiful thrones of myriad precious substances. Of all Buddhas, born of the mind omnipresent at the thrones of Buddhas in all realms of enlightenment, banners of all jewels, born of the mind tireless why make offerings to the Buddhas, palaces of all jewels, dwelt in by the Buddhas, born of the joyful mind that understands that all things are llke dreams, clouds of lotus blossoms of all jewels, born of roots of goodness without attachment and uncreated roots of goodness, clouds of ASCC 11T to TLZC Palace L the Tushita Heaven 57. All solid incenses, clouds of boundless flowers of all colors, clouds of exquisite raiment of all various colors, clouds of infinite pure sandalwood incenses, clouds of precious canopies with all kinds of embellishments, clouds of all burning incenses, clouds of all kinds of beautiful garlands, clouds of all kinds of pure decorations, all filling the cosmos, going beyond all the heavens. Those enlightening beings each produced from their bodies unspeakable hundreds of trillions of infinities of enlightening beings, filling the space of the cosmos, their minds all equal to the Buddhas of all times, by means of development from the delusion-free teaching and strengthening by the power of infinite enlightened ones, they revealed to sentient beings the path of peace, equipped with unspeakably many meaningful expressions, they entered into the seeds of all concentration. Formulae containing infinite teachings, and produced inexhaustible treasuries of intellectual powers, their minds without fear, they conceived great joy, and with unspeakable infinities of points of truthful rays they tirelessly eulogized the enlightened one. Then all the celestial beings and all the enlightening beings saw the Buddha, the perfectly enlightened one, the inconceivable hero of humanity, his bodies infinite, uncountable, manifesting inconceivably many different varieties of mystical transfigurations, causing the minds of countless sentient beings to be full of joy, pervading all universes throughout space, adorned with the embellishments of Buddhahood, causing all sentient beings to abide in roots of goodness, displaying infinite spiritual powers of the Buddhas, beyond all manners of speaking, admired and respected by all great enlightening beings, causing them all to rejoice in accord with what they need to be taught, abiding in the immense body of the Buddhas, all virtues and roots of goodness purified, most excellent in appearance, not to be outshone by anyone. The sphere of the Buddha's knowledge was inexhaustible, born of incomparable concentration. His body was boundless, omnipresent in the bodies of all sentient beings. He caused great joy to infinite beings. He caused the lineage of omniscient ones to continue unbroken. Dwelling in the ultimate abode of the Buddhas, born in the familyof the Buddhas of past, present, and future, he caused the faith of countless sentient beings to be purified, and caused the knowledge and wisdom of all enlightening beings to be perfected. All his senses were joyful. The clouds of his teaching covered all universes in space, teaching and taming without omission, fulfilling all sentient beings according to their mentalities, causing them to abide in non-discriminatory knowledge. He was beyond all sentient beings. Having attained omniscience, he radiated a great light. Causing his roots of goodness of past ages to be clearly manifest, he inspired great determination in everyone and caused all sentient beings to abide in the indestructible knowledge of universal good. Abiding everywhere in all lands of sentient beings, born of the non-regressing true teaching, he 508 the flower ornament scripture dwelt in the totally impartial realm of reality. Clearly understanding what was appropriate to the ends of sentient beings, he manifested unspeakably many dit-1 Buddha bodies, beyond the power of worldly speech to extol, able to cause all to always think of the Buddha, filling the cosmos, liberating vast numbers of living beings. According to the aid they required, he bestowed the teaching on them, causing them to be pacified and their faith to be pure, manifesting inconceivable physical forms. Guarding all living beings impartially, his mind had no attachments. He dwelt in the abode of non-obstruction and had attained the 10 powers of Buddhahood without impediment. His mind was always quiet and stable, never distracted or disturbed. Abiding in omniscience, he was able to express all kinds of truths. Able to enter completely into the boundless ocean of knowledge, he produced infinite treasuries of virtue and wisdom. With the sun of enlightenment he constantly illumined the entire cosmos. In accord with the power of his original vows, he was always manifest, never disappearing, always dwelling in the realm of reality, abiding in the abode of Buddhas, without change. He had no attachment to self or to possessions. He dwelt in the transmundane state and was not affected by mundane things. In all worlds he set up the banner of knowledge and wisdom, his knowledge vast and great, transcending the world, with no attachments. He rescued sentient beings from the mire, placing them on the highest ground of wisdom. All his blessings and virtues benefited sentient beings yet were never exhausted. He was fully aware of the knowledge and wisdom of all enlightening beings, their faith and direction certain, sure to attain enlightenment. By great compassion he manifested infinite adornments of the Buddha Bodhi. With a wondrous voice he expounded infinite teachings, satisfying sentient beings according to their mentalities. In the past, future, and present, his mind was always pure. He caused all sentient beings to be unattached to objects. He constantly forecast the enlightenment of all the enlightening beings, causing them to enter the family of Buddhas to be born in the house of Buddhas, and attain the coronation of Buddhas. He always traveled throughout the 10 directions, never resting, never craving for or clinging to anything. Able to live in all Buddha lands in the cosmos, he knew the minds of all sentient beings. All his virtues were unworldly and pure. He did not dwell in birth and death, yet read throughout the world, like a reflection. He illumined the whole cosmos by the moon of knowledge and realized that everything is ungraspable. By his wisdom he was constantly aware that all worlds are like illusions, like reflections, like dreams, like magic tricks, that all have mind as their inherent nature. Abiding in this way, he manifested Buddha bodies in accord with the dissimilarities of the actions and consequences of sentient beings, the distinctions in their mental inclinations, and the individual differences in their faculties. Ascent to the palace of the Tushita HCALCII 509. The Enlightened One was always relating to countless sentient beings, explaining to them that everything in the world derives from conditional, interdependent origination. He knew that the signs of all things are synelx, this being their sole characteristic, the basis of wisdom. He wanted to cause all sentient beings to detach from all signs, forms, and characteristics. He showed clearly all natures and characteristics of the world, thus traversing the world, to reveal to them unexcelled enlightenment. Desiring to rescue all sentient beings, he appeared in the world and showed the way of the enlightened. He caused them to perceive the features of the body of the Enlightened One, to concentrate on them and meditate on them, to diligently cultivate and develop themselves to annihilate mundane afflictions, cultivate enlightening practice with unwavering minds, and attain fulfillment of all aspects of the great vehicle, attaining the rewards of the Buddhas. He was able to observe the roots of goodness of sentient beings, and did not allow the results of their pure deeds to die out. His knowledge was clear and complete, entering into all times, forever detached from mundane discrimination. He radiated networks of light beams, fully illuminating all worlds in the 10 directions. Those who saw him never tired of beholding the sublime refinements of his physical form. By means of great virtue, knowledge, wisdom, and spiritual power, he produced all kinds of enlightening practices. The spheres of his senses were free and complete, round and full. Hedid Buddha work, andwhen he finished doing it he disappeared. He was able to show the path of all knowledge of past, present, and future. For the enlightening beings he showered a rain of innumerable concentration formulae, causing them to develop great rapture, to take them up, hold them, and practice them, and perfect the virtues of all Buddhas, in their full glory, with boundless wonderful forms, to adorn their beings. He saw everything in all worlds, and was forever rid of all obstruction. He had attained the pure true meaning of all verities. He had attained mastery of virtuous qualities, and was a great king of truth, like the sun illumining everywhere. Being a field of blessings for the world, he had great dignity, influence, and virtue. He manifested emanation bodies in all worlds, radiating the light of wisdom, causing all to be enlightened. Wanting to cause all sentient beings to know the boundless virtues possessed by the Buddha, he took the turban of non-obstruction, tied it on his head, and assumed the rank of Buddhahood. Adapting to the world, he guided by means of expedient methods, comforting beings with the hand of wisdom. As a great physician, he skillfully cured all sickness, able to go to all the countless lands in all worlds, without rest. His clear, pure eye of wisdom was free from all obstructions, able to clearly see all evil-doing sentient beings he tamed in various ways, causing them to enter the path, skillfully seizing appropriate opportunity. 510 The flower Omamatan scripture takes to civilize and teach them, never ceasing. If sentient beings develop equanimous, impartial minds, he would then show them the consequences of impartial deeds. In accord with their inclinations and in accord with their actions and results thereof, he manifested various spiritual powers of the Buddha body for them, to expound the truth and enlighten them, that they may attain the knowledge and wisdom of the teaching, and that their minds be joyful and their senses ecstatic, that they sec innumerable Buddhas, develop profound faith, and produce roots of goodness, never regressing. All sentient beings, in accord with their involvement and entrapment by actions, sleep forever in birth and death. The Enlightened One, appearing in the world, can awaken them all, comfort their minds, and cause them to be without anxiety or fear. Any who see him he causes to realize independent knowledge of truth. With knowledge and skill in means he comprehends the objective world. His embellishing marks and adornments cannot be overshadowed. His mountain of wisdom and talons of teaching are all purified. Sometimes he manifests as an enlightening being, sometimes he appears as a Buddha, causing all sentient beings to arrive at the realm of sorrowlessness. Adorned by countless virtues, developed by practical action, he appears in the world. The adornment and purity of all Buddhas are accomplished by the works of omniscience. Always keeping his original vow, he does not abandon the world, being a steadfast benefactor of sentient beings. His supreme pure light makes itself visible to all sentient beings. By means of spiritual power, the Buddha always follows the sentient beings of the 6 realms of mundane existence, boundless and countless, never abandoning them. If there are any who have planted similar roots of goodness in the past, he causes them all to be purified, yet without giving up his original vow with regard to all sentient beings of the 6 paths of mundane existence. He deceives no one, appropriately dealing with them in virtuous ways, causing them to practice pure acts and break up demonic conflicts. From the realm of non-obstruction he produces great power. And nothing blocks his supreme treasury of light. He manifests reflections in the realm of pure minds, which all worlds section. He bestows many various teachings on sentient beings. Buddha is a boundless treasury of light, his powers, knowledge, and wisdom are all fully complete. He constantly illumines all sentient beings with great light, causing them all to be fulfilled in accordance with their aspirations. Beyond all enmity, he is the highest field of blessings, relied upon by all sentient beings. If any give anything, he causes them to be pure, and to receive boundless blessings from doing a little bit of good. He causes all to be able to enter the stage of inexhaustible knowledge. He is the pure-minded master, planting roots of goodness for all sentient beings. He is the most excellent fertile field producing blessings and merit for sentient beings. Ascent to the palace the Tushita Heban 51 His knowledge and wisdom is exceedingly deep, with skill and means he can rescue all from the pains of the woeful states of greed, anger, and ignorance. Thus believing, thus observing, thus entering the depths of knowledge, thus sporting in the ocean of virtues, thus arriving at space-like wisdom, thus cognizing sentient beings' field of blessings, thus contemplating with presence of mind, thus observing the deeds, marks and embellishments of Buddha, thus observing the Buddha appearing throughout the world, thus observing the Buddha's mystical power, the great congregation at that time saw each pore of the Buddha's body emit 100 trillion infinities of light beams, each beam of light having countless hues, countless purities, countless radiances, causing countless beings to watch, countless beings to rejoice, countless beings to be happy, countless beings to grow in faith, countless beings' aspiration to be pure, countless beings' senses to be pure and cool, and causing countless beings to develop respect and honor. Then the great assembly all saw the Buddha's body emit 100 trillion infinities of inconceivable great lights, each light with inconceivably many hues and inconceivable many beams illumining inconceivably many realms of phenomena, by the Buddha's spiritual power producing great subtle sound conveying infinites of eulogies in words transcending all worlds, perfected by transmundane virtues. He also manifested hundreds of trillions of quadrillions of inconceivable number bears of subtle adornments, which could never be fully described even in 100 trillion quadrillion inconceivable number of khans, all of them produced by the inexhaustible spiritual power of the Buddha. He also manifested unspeakably many enlightened ones arising in the world and leading sentient beings into the door of wisdom to understand the most profound truth. He also manifested the docetic metamorphoses of the enlightened ones throughout the space of the cosmos, causing all worldly beings to be impartial and purified. All of this sprung from the unhindered omniscience in which the Buddha dwelt. It was also born of the inconceivable superlative virtues which the Buddha cultivated. He also manifested 100 trillion quadrillion inconceivable numbers of beautiful jewel light flames, originating from the good roots of his ancient great vows. He did so because he had presented offerings to and served countless enlightened ones, because he had cultivated pure practices without slacking, because his omniscient mind, without impediment, produced roots of virtue, in order to reveal the universality of the powers of the enlightened, to cut off the doubts of all sentient beings, to cause all of them to be able to sec the enlightened one, to cause infinite sentient beings to abide in virtue, to show the enlightened one's spiritual powers cannot be outshone, to cause all sentient beings to be able to enter into the ocean of the ultimate, to cause the enlightening beings of all Buddha lands to assemble, and because he wanted to reveal the inconceivable teachings of the Buddha. 512 The flower Omam Scripture Then the Enlightened One, his great compassion covering all, showed the adornments of omniscience, wanting to cause the sentient beings in innumerable worlds who had no faith to have faith, to cause those with faith to develop, to cause the developed to become pure, to cause the pure to become mature, to cause the mature to conquer their minds and contemplate the profound truth, be filled with the boundless light of knowledge and wisdom, develop an immeasurably broad mind, an omniscient mind, never regressing, not going against the essential nature of things, not fearing ultimate reality, to realize genuine truth, fulfill all transcendent practices, purify all transmundane virtues, like universally good, attain the freedom of Buddhahood, leave the realm of demons and enter the realm of Buddhas, comprehend the profound teaching and attain inconceivable knowledge, never regressing from the vows of universal salvation, to always see the Buddhas, never abandoning them, to perfect experiential knowledge, realize infinite truths, be filled with the boundless power of the treasury of virtue, develop a joyous mind, enter the realm where there is no doubt, divorce evil and be pure, sect things unperturbed due to omniscience, gain entry to the congregations of all enlightening beings, and always be born in the family of the enlightened ones of past, present, and future. These adornments manifested by the Buddha were all made by roots of goodness accumulated in the past, for the purpose of harmonizing and civilizing all sentient beings, to reveal the great powerful virtue of the enlightened, to light up the treasury of unobstructed knowledge and wisdom, to show the extreme radiance of the boundless supreme Tuesday of the enlightened, to show the inconceivable great spiritual displays of the enlightened, to manifest the Buddha body in all realms of being by means of spiritual powers, to show the boundlessness of the mystic powers and magical transfigurations of the enlightened, to fulfill all his original aspirations, to show that the dauntless knowledge and wisdom of the enlightened can go everywhere, to become the King of truth free in all ways, to produce all avenues of knowledge, to manifest the purity of the body of the enlightened, and also to reveal the supreme splendor of his body, to manifest the realization of the equal state of the Buddhas of all times, to reveal the pure treasury of roots of goodness, to manifest the most sublime form, to which nothing in the world may be likened, to show the characteristics of full command of the 10 powers, to cause beholders never to tire, to be the sun of the world, illumining past, present, and future. All the virtuous qualities of the sovereign King of truth were manifested by roots of goodness of the past. Even if all enlightening beings were to eulogize and tell of them throughout all time, they never would be exhaustively told. Then the King of the Tushita heaven, having prepared all the offerings for the Buddha, together with countless deities of the Tushita heaven, joined his palms in a gesture of respect toward the Buddha and said, "Welcome, world-honored one, welcome, felicitous one, ascent to the palace of the Tushita Hca Isil 513 Welcome, enlightened one, worthy, truly awakened one. Please look upon us with compassion and Sajayan in this place." Then the world-honored one, adorning himself with the adornments of Buddhahood, replete with magnificent virtues, in order to gladden all beings, in order that all enlightening beings develop profound understanding, so that all the celestial beings of the Tushita heaven increase in determination, so that the King of the Tushita heaven never tires of generosity and service, so that countless beings focus their attention on the Buddha and become inspired to seek enlightenment, so that countless types of beings see the endlessness of the Buddha's roots of goodness, blessings, and virtues, so that they always be able to arouse pure faith, so that, seeing a Buddha, they serve without seeking anything, so that all of their aspirations be pure, so that they diligently amass roots of goodness without flagging, and so that they would vow to seek omniscience. The Buddha accepted the invitation of the celestial king and entered the palace adorned by all jewels. Just as in this world, the same thing transpired in all worlds in the 10 directions. At that point the hall adorned by all jewels naturally had wonderfully fine decorations, surpassing all the heavens, and atop the decorations were nets of all jewels covering all over, showering clouds of all the trellis gems all over, showering clouds of all kinds of ornaments, clouds of all kinds of precious raiment, clouds of all kinds of sandalwood incenses, clouds of all kinds of solid fragrances, clouds of canopies adorned by all jewels, and clouds of bunches of inconceivably many flowers, producing everywhere inconceivable music praising the enlightened one's knowledge of all means of liberation, all in accord with the sublime truth. All these offerings were beyond those of the celestial beings. Then in the Tushita palace rich music and singing continued ceaselessly. By the spiritual power of the Buddha, the mind of the king of Tushita was made imperturbable, his past roots of goodness all reached complete fulfillment, his good qualities became more firm and stable, he increased in pure faith, he aroused great vigor, conceived great joy, purified profound aspiration, made the determination for enlightenment, and placed his unwavering attention on the teaching, keeping it firmly in mind. Then the king of the Tushita heaven, empowered by the Buddha, recalled the roots of goodness he had planted with past Buddhas and said in verse, "There once was a Buddha, unobstructed moon, most auspicious among the auspicious, he once entered this hall of adornment, therefore this place is most auspicious. There once was a Buddha called broad knowledge, most auspicious among the auspicious, 514 The flower ornament scripture he once entered this golden hall, therefore this place is most auspicious. There once was a Buddha called universal I, most auspicious among the auspicious, he once entered this hall of adornment, therefore this place is most auspicious. There once was a Buddha called coral, most auspicious among the auspicious, he once entered this jewel mine hall, therefore this place is most auspicious. There once was a Buddha, lion of philosophy, most auspicious among the auspicious, he once entered this mountain king hall, therefore this place is most auspicious. There once was a Buddha called sunlight, most auspicious among the auspicious, he once entered this hall of flowers. Therefore this place is most auspicious. There once was a Buddha called boundless light, most auspicious among the auspicious, he once entered this tree-adorned hall, therefore this place is most auspicious. There once was a Buddha called banner of truth, most auspicious among the auspicious, he once entered this jewel palace hall, therefore this place is most auspicious. There once was a Buddha called lamp of knowledge, most auspicious among the auspicious, he once entered this fragrant mountain hall, therefore this place is most auspicious. There once was a Buddha called light of virtue, most auspicious among the auspicious, he once entered this crystal hall, therefore this place is most auspicious. In this world The King of the Tushita heaven, by The power of the Buddha, eulogized Buddhas of the past, so also did the kings of the Tushita heavens in all worlds praise the virtues of Buddhas. ASCE 11T to TLZE Palace of the Tushita heaven 515 Then the world-honored one sat cross-legged on the jewel treasury lion throne in the hall adorned by all jewels. His body of reality was pure, his inconceivable action was free. He was in the same realm as all Buddhas of all times, abiding in omniscience, entering into the same one essence with all the Buddhas. His enlightened eye was perfectly clear, and he saw all things without hindrance. He had great mystic powers, coursing everywhere throughout the cosmos unceasingly. He had great occult powers, able to go anywhere there might be beings who could be taught. His body was adorned with the unobstructed embellishments of all Buddhas. He was well aware of appropriate timing in expounding teachings to people. Unspeakably many enlightening beings came from various lands in other regions and assembled. The congregation was pure, their reality body non-dual, they rested on nothing, and were freely able to perform the actions of Buddhas. When the Buddha had sat on this throne, in the hall there spontaneously appeared countless adornments surpassing all the offerings of the celestials. That is, flower garlands, robes, perfumes, incense, jeweled parasols, banners, pennants, music, and singing. Each of these was uncountable. With great reverence and respect these were offered to the Buddha. The same thing took place in all the Tushita heavens in the 10 directions. Book 20 For Eulogies in the Tushita Palace. Then, due to the spiritual force of the Buddha, a great enlightening being from each of the 10 directions, each accompanied by as many enlightening beings as atoms in 10,000 Buddha lands, came to where the Buddha was, from worlds beyond lands as numerous as atoms in 10,000 Buddha lands. Their names were Diamond Banner, Banner of Steadfastness, Banner of Bravery, Banner of Light, Banner of Knowledge, Jewel Banner, Banner of Energy, Banner of Purification, Constellation Banner, and Banner of Truth. The worlds they came from were called Fine Jewel World, Fine Music World, Fine Silver World, Fine Gold World, Fine Crystal World, Fine Diamond World, Fine Lotus World, Fine Blue Lotus World, Fine Sandalwood World, and Fine Fragrance World. They each purified and cultivated religious practice with Buddhas, the names of which Buddhas were Banner of Inexhaustibility, Wind Banner, Banner of Liberation, Banner of Dignity, Banner of Understanding of Characteristics, Banner of Eternity, Ban and Cr of Supreme Excellence, Banner of Freedom, Banner of Purity, and Banner of Observation. When those enlightening beings arrived at the Buddha's spot, they prostrated themselves before the Buddha. Then, by the Buddha's mystic power, he magically produced lion scats of masses of beautiful jewels covered with nets of jewels all around and the hosts of enlightening beings, according to the direction from which they had come, sat on those scats. Their bodies all emanated countless beams of pure light. This boundless light all came from the enlightening beings' pure mind jewels, their great vows which were free from all evils. They revealed the pure phenomena of the powers of all Buddhas. By the power of the impartial vision of all enlightening beings, they were able to universally save all sentient beings. They were a gladdening sight in all worlds. Those who saw them did not do so in vain. All attained harmony and tranquility. Those enlightening beings had all already perfected innumerable virtues. 516 IES in the Tuslozita Palace. 517 For example, they traveled to all Buddha lands without hindrance. They salved the pure body of reality which rests on nothing. With the body of knowledge they manifested countless bodies going everywhere in the 10 directions to serve the Buddhas. They entered into the Buddha's innumerable, boundless, inconceivable powers. They dwelt in the medium of omniscience. By the light of knowledge they comprehended all things. They had attained fearlessness in all respects. They taught wherever they were, their powers of elucidation forever inexhaustible. With great knowledge and wisdom they opened the gate of concentration spells. With the eye of wisdom they entered the profound realm of truth. The realm of their knowledge was boundless and ultimately pure. Like space Eiffel F. As in the palace of the Tushita heaven, in this world the hosts of enlightening beings gathered like this. The same thing transpired in all the Tushita heavens in the 10 directions. The names of the enlightening beings who gathered, the names of their countries, and the Buddhas there were all the same. Then the world-honored one emanated countless beams of light from the wheel marks on his knees, illuminating the entire space of the cosmos in the 10 directions. The enlightening beings in all worlds all saw this miraculous display of the Buddha, and the enlightening beings here saw the miraculous displays of all the Buddhas in other worlds. These enlightening beings had all similarly planted roots of goodness in the distant past along with Vairocana Buddha, cultivating enlightening practice. They all had awakened to and entered the free, extremely profound liberation of the Buddhas, and had attained the undifferentiated cosmic body, entering all lands without dwelling anywhere. They saw countless Buddhas and went to serve them all. In a single mental instant they traversed the cosmos, freely and without hindrance. Their minds and intellects were pure, like priceless jewels. Innumerable Buddhas always guarded them mindfully, sharing their power with them. They reached the ultimate, supreme other shore. By pure mindfulness they continually dwelt in highest awareness. In every moment of thought they continually entered into the realm of omniscience. They put the small in the large and the large in the small, free in all ways, with no obstruction whatsoever. They had already attained the Buddha body and dwelt in the same abode as the Buddhas. They had attained omniscience and produced their bodies from omniscience. They were able to enter the spheres of action of all enlightened ones. They opened up innumerable gates of knowledge and wisdom. They reached the other shore of indestructible great knowledge, attained adamantine concentration, and cut off all doubts and confusion. They had attained the autonomous spiritual powers of Buddhas, teaching and taming countless number bears of sentient beings in the lands of the 10 directions. Though they had no attachments to any categories or phenomena, they 518 the flower omament scripture were able to learn and develop ultimate skill in use of doctrines and to establish all teachings conducive to enlightenment. Hosts of enlightening beings with such infinite treasuries of all inexhaustible pure virtues of past, present, and future all came and assembled at the Buddha's place. The same thing occur at the places of all the Buddhas revealed by the light. Then the enlightening being Diamond Banner, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, the Buddha does not appear in the world and has no extinction either, by the power of his great original Tao he demonstrates his freedom. This truth is inconceivable, it is not in the sphere of mind. When knowledge reaches the other shore one then sees the realm of the Buddhas. The physical body is not the Buddha, neither is the audible voice, yet not apart from form and sound can Buddha's mystic power be perceived. Those of little knowledge cannot know the true realm of the Buddhas. After long cultivation of purifying action will one be able to comprehend. The truly awake comes from nowhere and also goes nowhere. The pure, refined physical body appears through spiritual power, manifesting the body of an enlightened one in innumerable worlds, widely expounding the subtle teachings. His mind has no attachments. His knowledge, being boundless, comprehends all things, entering everywhere in the universe. He manifests autonomous powers. YOLO/IESI11 The Tushita Palace 519 sentient beings and all phenomena he comprehends unhindered, he verywhere manifesting physical forms. He is omnipresent in all lands. If you want to sec omniscience and soon attain highest awareness, you should, with pure clear mind, cultivate enlightening practice. If any see such mystic powers of the enlightened one, they should serve the Supreme Honored One and not give rise to doubt. Then the enlightening being Banna of steadfastness, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, the enlightened one is incomparable, most profound, inexplicable, beyond all manner of speech, pure as space itself. Behold the human lion's autonomous mystic power, beyond discrimination, YCT causing G distinct perception S. In order to expound the profound and subtle teaching the guide, for this reason, manifests this peerless body. This is great knowledge, the realm of all the Buddhas. If any want to know, let them approach the enlightened. With mental action always pure, making offerings to the Buddhas with never any weariness, one can enter the Buddha way. 520 TLZE Flower OMAMC11 T Scripture filled with endless virtues, steadfast in the will for enlightenment, thereof why the net of doubt is removed and one gazes tirelessly on the Buddha. By comprehending all things docs one become a true child of Buddha. Such a person can know the Buddha's autonomous power. As explained by those of vast knowledge, will is the root of the teachings. One must develop supreme aspiration, determined to seek highest awakening. If any respect the Buddha and want to requite the Buddha's grace, they will never leave the abode of all the Buddhas. How can intelligent people who've seen and heard the Buddha not carry out pure vows and tread the path the Buddha traversed? Then Banner of bravery, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, just as a clear eye can sec colors do to the sun, so too can a pure heart seconds the enlightened by Buddha's power. As by the power of effort one can plumb the depths of the sea, so too can the power of knowledge seconds innumerable Buddhas. As in a fertile, watered field whatever's planted will grow, so docs the ground of a pure mind produce enlightened qualities. Yulo Arzais in the Tushita Palace 52-1 As a man who has found a jewel mine is forever freed from poverty, an enlightening being finding the Buddha teaching is free from defilement, pure in mind. Just as a true panacea can eliminate all toxins, Buddha's teaching too is like this, it annihilates all afflictions. Truly genuine teachers are repraised by the enlightened. Through their spiritual power we get to hear the Buddha teachings. even if for countless cons one gave precious things to Buddha, if one doesn't know the real nature of Buddha, this is not called giving. Finite physical characteristics adorn the Buddha's body, yet it is not in physical form that the Buddha can be seen. The enlightened one, truly awake, peaceful, never moving, can manifest his body throughout all worlds in the 10 directions. Just as space itself is unborn and unperishing, so is the truth of the Buddhas ultimately birthless and deathless. Then Banner of Light, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, in the human and celestial realms in all the worlds there are they everywhere the enlightened one's body of pure wondrous for m. 522 The Flotver Omament Scripture just as the power of one mind can produce various minds, so can one Buddha body manifest all Buddhas everywhere. Enlightenment is non-dual and also has no marks, yet in the realm of duality HEM manifests a glorified body. Comprehending the nature of things is empty, their origination like apparitions, his realm of actions inexhaustible, thus does the guide appear. Pure is the reality body of all Buddhas of all times, they manifest sublime physical forms wherever and however people need to be taught. The enlightened do not think ILLP does such a body, they manifest spontaneously without discriminating. The realm of reality is undifferentiated and also has no basis, and yet in the world it manifests countless bodies. The Buddha's bodies are not emanations and yet not other than emanations, in the reality where there are no emanations he appears to have emanated forms. True awareness cannot be one measured, the reality realm is equal to space, profound, vast, without bound or bottom, utterly beyond the power of speech. The enlightened one has mastered the road leading everywhere, through the myriad lands of the cosmos he goes without obstruction. Yulo Ies in the Tushita Palace 523 Then Banner of Knowledge, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, if one can believe and accept omniscience without obstruction, and practice enlightening ways, one's mind will be immeasurable. In all lands Buddha manifests countless bodies, yet the bodies stay in no place, and he dwells not in the real. Each one of the enlightened manifest bodies by spiritual powers, even in unthinkable cons they never could be fully counted. The number of all living beings of all times may be known, but the number of Buddha's manifestations cannot ever be found. Sometimes they show 1 or 2, up to countless bodies appearing everywhere, in all lands, really with no duality. Just as the clear full moon appears in all bodies of water and while the reflections are numberless the real moon is not too, so docs the one of unimpeded knowledge with perfect true enlightenment universally appear in all lands, the Buddha body is non-dual. It is not one, and yet not two, and also not immeasurable, according to the needs of the taught do countless bodies appear. The Buddha body is not past and also not future. 524 The flower ornament scripture in a single instant he appears to be born, to become enlightened, and pass away. As forms produced by magic have no birth and no origination, so too is the Buddha body thus appearing without any birth. Then Jewel Banner, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, the Buddha body is infinite yet can manifest finite bodies, according to what needs to be seen docs the guide appropriately appear. The Buddha body has no location, yet fills all places, like space, it's boundless, such is its inconceivability. It is not in the province of mental function, and mind docs not arise therein, in the realm of the Buddhas ultimately there's no birth or death. Like what is seen by clouded eyes is neither internal nor external, so also, you should know, is the world's vision of the Buddhas. In order to benefit living beings do the enlightened ones appear in the world, sentient beings see them as coming forth, but in reality there is no such thing. A Buddha cannot be seen in terms of a land, or day, or night, nor indeed can one be seen in terms of years, months, or moments. Sentient beings say Buddha was enlightened on a certain day, eulogies in the Tushita Palace 525 but enlightenment in reality is not bound to time. The enlightened are beyond discrimination, not of the world, they transcend all accounts. Allguds of past, present, and future appear in this way. Just as the pure orb of the sun doesn't conjoin with the dark night, yet we speak of such and such a day and night, so is the principle of the Buddhas, though the ages of past, present, and future do not conjoin with the enlightened, yet we speak of the Buddhas of past, present, and such is the principle of the guides. Future, then be Anar of energy, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, all the guides' bodies are the same, as are their meanings, throughout the lands of the 10 directions they appear variously according to needs. Observe the honored sage, his activity is most unique, he fills the entire cosmos and everything that's in it. The Buddha body is not within and also not outside, it manifests by spiritual power, such is the teaching of the guide. According to deeds accumulated in former times by the various species of living beings, such various different bodies appear, each one decimi one ar. Thus the bodies of the Buddhas are infinite, uncountable, except for the great enlightened one no one can conceive of them. 526 The flower ornament scripture just as the scl, being inconceivable, cannot be grasped by mentation, so too the inconceivability of Buddhas is not manifested by mentation. Just as all things originate due to multiple conditions, so also seeing Buddha necessarily depend on many good works. Justasthe wish-fulfilling Jul can satisfy beings' hearts, so can the teachings of the Buddhas completely fulfill all aspirations. In infinite lns the guides appear in the world, in accord with the power of their vows they respond in every place. Then the Anar of purification, empowered by the Buddha, locate over the 10 directions and said in verse, the light of great knowledge of the enlightened universally purifies all worlds, once the worlds are purified, he reveals the enlightening teachings. Even if people want to see Buddhas as numerous as sentient beings, the Buddha responds to their wishes YCT really comes from nowhere. With Buddha as the object, concentrating continuously, one can see Buddhas as many as thoughts. Carrying out pure vase, FULT1LLINGVJ or tux, one can concentrate unremittingly on omniscience. Yulo, IES in the Tuslozita Palace 527 the guides expound teachings to beings in accord with their needs, wherever any can be taught he manifests the supreme incarnation. The bodies of Buddha and the world's beings are all without self, realizing this, he attains true awakening and also explains it to others. The human lions, with boundless powers of freedom, manifest bodies equal to thoughts, those bodies each being different. As are the bodies of the beings of the worlds, so too are the bodies of Buddhas, when one really knows their inherent nature, that is called Buddhahood. The enlightened sec and know all, clearly comprehending all things, Buddhahood and enlightenment are both ungraspable. The guide has no coming or going and also no place of abode, departing from all delusions is called true perfect enlightenment. Then Constellation Banner, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, the realizer of thusness, without dwelling anywhere, abides in all lands, going to all lands, seen in all places. Yuddha manifests all bodies according to sentient beings' minds, attaining the way, teaching the truth, and finally passing utterly away. 528 The flower ornament scripture the Buddhas are inconceivable, who can conceive of the Buddhas? Who can see the truly awake? Who can manifest the supreme? All things are thus, and so are the states of the Buddhas, there's not a single thing in thusness that has birth or death. Sentient beings erroneously discriminate, this is Buddha, this is the world. For one realizing the true nature of things there's no Buddha and no world. The realizer of thusness appears before all causing sentient beings to believe and rejoice. But the essence of Buddha is ungraspable, and they are not seeing anything either. If one can, in the world, depart from all attachments, with unimpeded mind, joyful, one will awaken to the truth. That manifested by spiritual power is what is called Buddha, though one search in all times, past, present, or future, it has no existence at all. If one can know in this way the mind and all things, one will know and see all and soon become enlightened. In words are expressed the powers of Buddhas, but true enlightenment transcends words, though it be provisionally explained by words. Then Banner of Truth, empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, "It's better to always experience all the pains of the world eulogy, ies in the Tushita Palace 529 than to be apart from the Buddha and not sec Buddha's mystic powers. If there are any sentient beings who have not yet set their minds on enlightenment, if they once hear the name of Buddha they'll surely attain enlightenment. People with knowledge and wisdom, once they set their minds on enlightenment, will surely become supreme Buddhas, have no doubt of that. The mystic power of the enlightened is rarely encountered even in countless ages. If you engender a single thought of faith you'll soon ascend to the highest path. EVCN if in every instant you give offerings to countless Buddhas, if you don't know the real truth this is not to be called offering. If you hear such a teaching, the Buddhas are born from this, though you experience countless pains you'll not quit enlightening practices. Once having heard of great knowledge, the state entered by the Buddhas, everywhere in the universe you'll become a guide of all times. Though one pass the whole future traveling to all Buddha lands, if one doesn't seek this wondrous truth one will never become enlightened. Sentient beings, from beginningless past, have long revolved in birth and death, they do not know the real truth, so Buddhas come forth in the world. Truths cannot be destroyed, and no one can destroy them. The great light of mystic power is revealed throughout the world. Book 25 10 Dedications THNTHEEN Enlighten Diamond B Anur, empowered by the Buddha, entered absorption in the light of knowledge of enlightening beings. When he had entered this absorption, there appeared before him as many Buddhas as atoms in 100,000 Buddha lands fro and beyond as many worlds as atoms in 100,000 Buddha lands in each of the 10 directions. Those Buddhas, who were all alike named Diamond Banner, praised him, saying, "Good. Good man, it's very good that you can enter this absorption in the light of knowledge of enlightening beings. Good man, this is the spiritual power of Buddhas as numerous as atoms in 100,000 Buddha lands in each of the 10 directions bolstering you, and also the spiritual power of the force of Vairocana Buddha's past vows, and it is also due to the purity of your knowledge and wisdom, and to the growing supremacy of the bases of goodness of enlightening beings, enabling you to enter this absorption and expound the teaching, in order to enable enlightening beings to attain pure fearlessness, to have unimpeded powers of elucidation, to enter the state of unobstructed knowledge, to abide in the great mind of omniscience, to perfect innumerable virtues, to fulfill unhindered pure ways, to enter into the all-sided realm of reality, to manifest the spiritual freedom of all Buddhas, to maintain previous awareness and knowledge, to gain all Buddhas protection of all faculties, to extensively expound myriad principles by means of countless approaches, to understand and keep in memory the teachings heard, to embrace all the foundations of goodness of enlightening beings, to accomplish the aids to the path transcending the world, to prevent omniscience knowledge from dying out, to develop great vows, to interpret true meanings, to know the realm of reality, to cause all enlightening beings to rejoice, to cultivate the equal roots of goodness of all Buddhas, to protect and maintain the lineage of all enlightened ones, that is, you expound the 10 dedications of enlightening beings. Child of Buddha, you should receive the spiritual power of the Buddha and expound this teaching, to gain the protection of Buddhas, to dwell in the house of the Buddhas, to increase transcendental virtues, 530 10 Dedications 53-1 to attain the light of concentration, to enter the unobstructed state of the Buddha, to illumine the realm of reality with great light, to assemble faultless pure ways, to abide in the real of great knowledge, to attain the unimpeded light of truth. Then the Buddhas bestowed on Diamond Banner boundless knowledge and wisdom, unhalting, unimpeded eloquence, skill in distinguishing expressions and meanings, unhindered light of the teaching, the equal body of wisdom of the enlightened, a pure voice with infinite distinct tones, the inconceivable concentration of enlightening beings' skill full observation, the knowledge of dedication of indestructible foundations of all goodness, consummate skill in analytic observation of all things. An uninterrupted power of elucidation to explain all things in all places. Why? Because of the power of the virtue of entry into this absorption. Then the Buddhas each patted the enlightening being Diamond Ban and Cr on the head with their right hands, after which Diamond Ban arose from absorption and declared to the enlightening beings, children of Buddhas, great enlightening beings have inconceivable great vows, filling the cosmos, able to save all sentient beings. That is, to learn and practice the dedications of all Buddhas of past, present, and future. How many kinds of dedication have the great enlightening beings? Great enlightening beings have 10 kinds of dedication, which are expounded by the Buddhas of past, present, and future. What are they? 1. Dedication to saving all sentient beings without any mental image of sentient beings. 2. Indestructible dedication. 3. Dedication equal to all Buddhas. 4. Dedication reaching all places. 5. Dedication of inexhaustible treasuries of virtue. 6. Dedication causing all roots of goodness to endure. 7. Dedication equally adapting to all sentient beings. 8. Dedication with the character of truths. 9. Unattached, unbound, liberated dedication. 10. Boundless dedication equal to the cosmos. These are the 10 kinds of dedication of great enlightening beings, which the past, future, and present Buddhas have, will, and do expound. What is the great enlightening being's dedication to saving all sentient beings? Here the enlightening beings practice transcendent giving, purify transcendent discipline, cultivate transcendent forbearance, arouse transcendent energy, enter transcendent meditation, abide in transcendent wisdom, great compassion, great kindness, great joy, and great equanimity. Cultivating boundless roots of goodness such as these, they form this thought, may these roots of goodness universal benefit all sentient beings, causing them to be purified, to reach the ultimate, and to forever leave the innumerable pains and afflictions of the realms of hells, ghosts, and animals, and so on. When the great enlightening beings plant these roots of goodness, they dedicate their own roots of goodness thus, I should be a hostel for all sentient beings, to let them escape from all painful things. I should be a protector for all sentient beings, to let them all be liberated from all afflictions. I should be a 532 the flower ornament script to a refuge for all sentient beings, to free them from all fears. I should be a goal for all sentient beings, to cause them to reach universal knowledge. I should make a resting place for all sentient beings, to enable them to find a place of peace and security. I should be a light for all sentient beings, to enable them to attain the light of knowledge to annihilate the darkness of ignorance. I should be a torch for all sentient beings, to destroy all darkness of nescience. I should be a lamp for all sentient beings, to cause them to abide in the realm of ultimate purity. I should be a guide for all sentient beings, to lead them into the truth. I should be a great leader for all sentient beings, to give them great knowledge. Enlightening beings dedicate all foundations of goodness in this way, to equally benefit all sentient beings and ultimately cause them all to attain universal knowledge. The enlightening beings' protection of and dedication to those who are not their relatives or friends are equal to those for their relatives and friends. Why? Because enlightening beings enter the equal nature of all things, they do not conceive a single thought of not being relatives or friends. Even if there be sentient beings who have malicious or hostile intentions toward the enlightening beings, still the enlightening beings also regard them with the eye of compassion and are never angered. They are good friends to all sentient beings, explaining the right teaching for them, so that they may learn and practice it. Just as the ocean cannot be changed or destroyed by all poisons, so too are enlightening beings the various oppressive afflictions of all the ignorant, the unwise, the ungrateful, the wrathful, those poisoned by covetousness, the arrogant and conceited, the mentally blind and deaf, those who do not know what is good, and other such evil sentient beings, cannot disturb the enlightening beings. Just as the sun, appearing in the world, is not concealed because those who are born blind do not see it, and is not hidden by the obstruction of such things as mirages, eclipses, trees, high mountains, deep ravines, dust, mist, smoke, or clouds, and is not concealed by the change of seasons, so also are the enlightening beings. They have great virtues, their minds are deep and broad, they observe with true mindfulness, without boredom, because they want ultimate virtue and knowledge. Their minds aspire to the supreme truth, the light of truth illumines everywhere and they perceive the meanings of everything. Their knowledge freely commands all avenues of teaching, and in order to benefit all sentient beings they always practice virtuous ways, never mistakenly conceiving the idea of abandoning sentient beings. They do not reject sentient beings and fail to cultivate dedication because of the meanness of character of sentient beings, or because their erroneous views, ill will, and confusion are hard to quell. The enlightening beings just array themselves with the armor of great vows of enlightening beings, saving sentient beings without ever retreating. They do not withdraw from enlightening activity and abandon the path of enlightened. 10 Dedicatio 11s 533 meant just because sentient beings are ungrateful, they do not get sick of sentient beings just because ignoramuses altogether give up all the foundations of goodness which accord with reality, or because they repeatedly commit excesses and evils which are hard to bear. Why? Just as the sun does not appear in the world for just one thing, so too the enlightening beings do not cultivate roots of goodness and dedicate them to complete perfect enlightenment just for the sake of one sentient being. It is in order to save and safeguard all sentient beings everywhere that they cultivate roots of goodness and dedicate them to unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment. In the same way, it is not to purify just one Buddha land, not because of belief in just one Buddha, not just to see one Buddha, not just to comprehend one doctrine, that they initiate the determination for great knowledge and dedicate it to unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment. It is to purify all Buddha lands, out of faith in all Buddhas, to serve all Buddhas, to understand all Buddha teachings, that they initiate great vows, cultivate the foundations of goodness, and dedicate them to unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment. Enlightening beings, focusing on all the Buddha teachings, develop a broad mind and great determination, a determination never to retreat, and through measureless eons cultivate and collect rare, to obtain mental jewels, all equal to those of all Buddhas. Thus observing the bases of goodness s, enlightening beings' mind of faith is pure, their great compassion is firm and enduring, they truly and genuinely dedicate them to sentient beings with a most profound intent, a joyful mind, a pure mind, a mind conquering all, a gentle mind, a kind, compassionate mind, a mind of pity and sympathy, with the intention to protect, to benefit, and to give peace and happiness to all sentient beings. They do this sincerely and in reality, not just in words. When great enlightening beings dedicate roots of goodness, they think in these terms: by my roots of goodness may all creatures, all sentient beings, be purified, may they be filled with virtues which cannot be ruined and are inexhaustible. May they always gain respect. May they have right mindfulness and unfailing recollection. May they attain sure discernment. May they be replete with immeasurable knowledge. May all virtues of physical, verbal, and mental actionful adorn them. They also think, by these roots of goodness I'll cause all sentient beings to serve all Buddhas, to their unfailing benefit. I'll cause their pure faith to be indestructible, I'll cause them to hear the true teaching, cut off all doubt and confusion, remember the teaching without forgetting it and practice in accord with the teaching. I will cause them to develop respect for the enlightened, to act with purity, to rest securely on innumerable great foundations of goodness, to be forever free of poverty, to be fully equipped with the 7 kinds of wealth: faith, self-control, shame, conscience, learning, generosity, and wisdom to always learn from the Buddhas, to perfect innumerable Su 534 the flower or namem script Rapirkmi roots of goodness s, to attain impartial understanding, to abide in omniscience, to look upon all sentient beings equally with unobstructed eyes, to adorn their bodies with all marks of greatness, without any flaws, to have pure, beautiful voices replete with all fine qualities, to have control over their senses, to accomplish the 10 powers, to be led with good will, to dwell or depend on nothing, to cause all sentient beings to attain the enjoyments of Buddhahood, attain infinite spiritual stations, and abide in the abode of Buddhas. When enlightening beings see sentient beings doing all sorts of bad things and suffering all sorts of misery and pain, and being hindered by this from seeing the Buddha, hearing the teaching, and recognizing the community, the enlightening beings think, I should, in those states of woe, take on the various miseries in place of the sentient beings, to liberate them. When enlightening beings suffer pain in this way, they become even more determined. They do not give up or run away, are not shocked or frightened, are not discouraged or intimidated, and are unwearied. Why? Because according to their vows they are determined to carry all sentient beings to liberation. At such a time, enlightening beings think in these terms, all sentient beings are in the realm of the pains and troubles of birth, old age, sickness, and death, revolving in repeated routines according to the force of their acts, ignorant, with erroneous views, bereft of qualities of goodness. One should save them and enable them to attain emancipation. Also, sentient beings are wrapped up in the web of attachments, covered by the shroud of ignorance, clinging to all existence, pursuing them unceasingly, entering the cage of suffering, acting like maniacs, totally void of virtue or knowledge, always doubtful and confused. They do not perceive the place of peace, they do not know the path of emancipation, they revolve in birth and death without rest, always submerged in the mire of suffering. Enlightening beings, seeing this, conceive great compassion and desire to help them, wanting to enable sentient beings to all attain liberation. To this end they dedicate all their virtues, dedicating them with a great, magnanimous heart, in conformity with the dedication practiced by the enlightening beings of all times, in accord with dedication as explained in the scriptures, praying that all sentient beings be thoroughly purified and ultimately accomplish knowledge of all means of liberation. They also think, what I practice is in order to enable sentient beings to all become supreme sovereigns of knowledge. I am not seeking liberation for myself, but only to serve all sentient beings, to cause them to all attain the omniscient mind, to cross over the flow of birth and death, and be freed from all suffering. They also form this thought, I should accept all sufferings for the sake of all sentient beings, and enable them to escape from the abyss of immeasurable woes of birth and death. I should accept all suffering for the sake of all sentient beings in all worlds, in all states of misery, for 10 Dedicatio 11s 535 ever and ever, and still always cultivate foundations of goodness for the sake of all beings. Why? I would rather take all this suffering on myself than to allow sentient beings to fall into hell. I should be a hostage in those perilous places, hells, animal realms, the nether world, etc., as a ransom to rescue all sentient beings in states of woe and enable them to gain liberation. They also form this thought, I vow to protect all sentient beings and never abandon them. What I say is sincerely true, without falsehood. Why? Because I have set my mind on enlightenment in order to liberate all sentient beings, I do not seek the unexcelled way for my own sake. Also I do not cultivate enlightening practice in search of pleasure or enjoyment. Why? Because mundane pleasures are all suffering, the realm of maniacs, craved by ignorant people but scorned by Buddhas, all misery arises from them. The anger, fighting, mutual defamation, and other such evils of the realms of hells, ghosts, animals, and the nether world are all caused by greedy attachment to objects of desire. By addiction to desire one becomes estranged from the Buddhas and hindered from birth in heaven, to say nothing of unexcelled complete perfect enlightenment. Observing thus how worldlings, because of greed for a little taste of what they desire, experience immeasurable suffering, enlightening beings after all do not seek unexcelled enlightenment and cultivate enlightening practice for the sake of those pleasures of the senses, it is only to bring peace and comfort to all sentient beings that they set their minds on enlightenment and practice to fulfill their great vows to cut sentient beings' halter of miseries and enable them to attain liberation. Read enlightening beings also form this thought, I should dedicate roots of goodness in this way to enable all sentient beings to attain ultimate bliss, beneficial bliss, the bliss of non-reception, the bliss of dispassionate tranquility, the bliss of non-dependence, the bliss of imperturbability, immeasurable bliss, the bliss of not rejecting birth and death yet not regressing from nirvana, undying bliss, and the bliss of universal knowledge. They also think, I should be for all sentient beings as a charioteer, as a leader, holding the torch of great knowledge and showing the way to safety and peace, freeing them from danger, using appropriate means to inform them of the truth, and also, in the ocean of birth and death, be as a skillful ship's captain who knows all, to deliver sentient beings to the other shore. In this way do great enlightening beings dedicate all they are basic virtues, that is, they save all sentient beings by employing means appropriate to the situation to cause them to emerge from birth and death, serve and provide for all the Buddhas, attain unhindered, omniscient knowledge, abandon all maniacs and bad associates, approach all enlightening beings and good associates, annihilate all error and 536 the flower omament scripture wrongdoing, perfect pure behavior, and fulfill the great practical vows and innumerable virtues of enlightening beings. When great enlightening beings have properly dedicated their roots of goodness, they form this thought, and why suns do not appear because of the multitude of sentient beings in the four continents only one sun appears, yet it can shine on all sentient beings. Also, sentient beings do not know the day and night, or travel, or see, or carry out their work by the light of their own bodies. The accomplishment of these things all depends on the emergence of the sun, yet the sun is only one, not two. In the same way, great enlightening beings, cultivating and amassing roots of goodness, thinking as they dedicate them, sentient beings cannot save themselves, how can they save others? Only I alone have this unique determination. They cultivate and amass roots of goodness and dedicate them in this way, that is to liberate all sentient beings, to illumine all sentient beings, to guide all sentient beings, to enlighten all sentient beings, to watch over and attend to all sentient beings, to take care of all sentient beings, to perfect all sentient beings, to gladden all sentient beings, to bring happiness to all sentient beings, and to cause all sentient beings to become freed from doubt. Great enlightening beings also think, I should be like the sun, shining universally on all without seeking thanks or reward, able to take care of all sentient beings even if they are bad, never giving up my vows on this account, not abandoning all sentient beings because one sentient being is evil, just diligently practicing the dedication of roots of goodness to cause all sentient beings to attain peace and case. Even if my roots of goodness be few, I embrace all sentient beings and make a great dedication with a joyful heart. If one has roots of goodness but does not desire to benefit all sentient beings, that's not called dedication. When every single root of goodness is directed toward all sentient beings, that is called dedication. They cultivate dedication to place sentient beings in the true nature of things where there is no attachment, dedication seeing that the intrinsic nature of sentient beings doesn't move or change, dedication without depending on or grasping dedication without attachment to the appearances of roots of goodness, dedication without false ideas about the essential nature of consequences of actions, dedication without attachment to the characteristics of the five clusters of material and mental existence, dedication without destroying the characteristics of the five clusters, dedication without grasping action, dedication without seeking reward, dedication without attachment to causality, dedication without imagining what is produced by causality, dedication without attachment to reputation, without attachment to location, dedication without attachment to unreal things, dedication without attachment to images of sentient beings, the world, or mind, Dedication. Without creating delusions of mind, delusions of concepts, or delusions of views, dedication without attachment to verbal expression, dedicatio 11s53 observing the real true nature of all things, dedication observing the aspects in which all sentient beings are equal, dedication stamping all roots of goodness with the seal of the realm of truth, dedication observing all things dispassionately. They understand that all things have no propagation and that roots of goodness arc. Also thus, they observe that things arc non-dual, unborn, and uncrushing, and that so is dedication. Dedicating such roots of goodness, they cultivate and practice pure methods of curing spiritual ills. All of their roots of goodness arc in accord with transcendental principles, but they do not conceive of them dualistically. It is not in their deeds that they cultivate omniscience, yet it is not apart from deeds that they are dedicated to omniscience. Omniscience is not identical to action, but omniscience is not attained apart from action either. Because their action is pure as light, the consequences are also pure as light. Because the consequences are pure as light, omniscience is also pure as light. Detached from all confusions and thoughts of self and possession, they know perfectly in this way and skillfully dedicate all roots of goodness. When enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, liberating sentient beings ceaselessly, they do not dwell on appearances, but though they know that in all things there is no action and no consequence, yet they can skillfully produce all deeds and consequences, without opposition or contention. In this way they expediently practice dedication. When enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, they are free from all faults and are praised by all Buddhas. This is called the Great Enlightening Being's first dedication, saving all sentient beings without any image or concept of sentient beings. Then the enlightening being diamond banner locate over all the assemblies in the 10 directions, throughout the cosmos, entering into the meanings and expressions of the profundities, cultivating supreme action with a boundless mind, covering all beings with great compassion, maintaining the lineage of the enlightened ones of past, present, and future, entering the treasury of virtuous qualities of all Buddhas, producing the verity body of all Buddhas, able to discern the mentalities of all sentient beings, knowing the roots of goodness he had planted were ripe, while abiding in the reality body he manifest pure physical embodiment for them and, empowered by the Buddha, said verse, cultivating the way over inconceivable cons, vigor firm, mind unobstructed, always seeking the virtuous qualities of Buddhas to benefit living beings, the peerless tamers of the world. 538 The flower ornament script to thoroughly purify their minds, determining to save all conscious creatures, they can enter well into the treasury of dedication. Their courageous power of energy complete, their knowledge clear, their minds pure, they rescue all beings everywhere, their minds enduring, unperturbed. Their hearts can rest peacefully, without compare, their minds are ever pure and full of joy. Earnestly striving thus for the sake of the living, they are like earth, accepting all. They do not seek pleasure for themselves, they only want to rescue sentient beings, thus developing a heart of great compassion, they quickly gain entry to the unhindered state. They are able to accept all beings in all worlds in the 10 directions, they stabilize their minds to save those beings, this way cultivating the dedications. They practice generosity most gladly and preserve pure conduct, without transgression, their intrepid, vigorous mind undisturbed, they dedicate this to enlightened omniscience. Their mind is boundlessly broad, their forbearance is stable, unshakable, their meditation is most profound, always illumining, their wisdoms inconceivably subtle. In all worlds in the 10 directions they fully cultivate pure practices, all these virtues they dedicate to the peace and happiness of all conscious beings. The great heroes diligently practice good works, measureless, boundless, uncountable, all these THEYUSC to benefit sentient beings and cause them to abide in inconceivable supreme knowledge. To act for the benefit of all sentient beings they spend inconceivably many eons in hells. TE11 Dedication at 1s 539 This they do without wearying or shrinking back, always practicing dedication with courage and decision. They do not seek form, sound, smell or taste, and they do not seek nice feelings. It is just to liberate all living beings that they always seek supreme knowledge. Their knowledge and wisdom are pure as space. They practice boundless enlightening acts. The practical methods the Buddhas carry out, those people always practice and learn. The great heroes, traveling through all worlds, are able to give peace and safety to all beings, causing all to rejoice, tirelessly cultivating enlightening practice. Destroying all mental poisons, contemplating and cultivating highest knowledge. They do not seek comfort for themselves, they only wish that sentient beings be freed from pain. These people's dedication is ultimate. Their hearts are always pure and free from poison. Entrusted by the Buddhas of all times, they dwell in the citadel of the loftiest teaching. They never attached to forms or to sensations, perceptions, habits, or consciousness. Their mindshave forever transcended existence, while all their virtues they dedicate to others. All the sentient beings seen by the Buddhas they take into their care, without exception, vowing to enable them all to be liberated. For them do they strive, with great joy. Their minds are constantly stable, their knowledge and wisdoms incomparably vast. Truly mindful, free from ignorance, they always calm, and all their deeds are totally pure. Those enlightening beings, while in the world, arc not attached to any internal or external phenomena. 540 The flower Omarn scripture, like the wind traveling unhindered through the sky, is the function of the great being's mind. Their physical actions are all pure, all their speech is without error, their minds always take refuge in the Buddha, and they can please all the Buddhas. In the infinite worlds of the 10 directions, wherever there are Buddhas, they go, there, seeing the lords of great compassion, they all gaze with reverent respect. Their minds are always pure and faultless, entering all worlds without fear. Already in the enlightened one's unexcelled path, they act as great reservoirs of truth for all beings. Diligently observing and examining all phenomena, they contemplate existence and non-existence accordingly. Thus they pursue the true th and gain entry to the most profound real of non-contention. With this they cultivate the steadfast way which no sentient beings can break down. Well able to comprehend the nature of all things, they have no attachments in any world. Thus they are dedicated to reaching the other shore, enabling all beings to be free from defilements, forever rid of all dependency. They enter the realm of ultimate independence. In the languages of all sentient beings, in accord with the differences in their types, enlightening beings can distinctly explain while their minds are unattached and unhindered. Thus do enlightening beings practice dedication. Unspeakably many are their virtues and their methods. They earn the praise of all the Buddhas in all worlds of the 10 directions. What is the indestructible dedication of great enlightening beings? These great enlightening beings attain indestructible faith in the enlightened dedicati 01zs 54 1c and cd ones of past, future, and present, because they serve all Buddhas. They attain indestructible faith in enlightening beings, even those who have just resolved on the search for omniscience for the first time, because they vow to tirelessly cultivate all foundations of goodness of enlightening beings. They attain indestructible faith in all the Buddha qualities, because they conceive profound aspiration. They attain indestructible faith in all Buddha teachings, because they abide by them and maintain them. They attain indestructible faith in all sentient beings, because they look upon them impartially with the eye of compassion and dedicate roots of goodness to their universal benefit. They attain indestructible faith in all pure ways, because everywhere they amass boundless roots of goodness. They attain indestructible faith in the path of dedication of enlightening beings, because they fulfill their noble aspirations. They attain indestructible faith in all teachers of the ways of enlightening beings, because they think of the enlightening beings as Buddhas. They attain indestructible faith in the spiritual powers of all Buddhas, because they deeply believe in the inconceivability of the Buddhas. They attain indestructible faith in the practice of skill in expedient means exercised by all enlightening beings, because they include countless various realms of activity. WHN great enlightening beings abide in instructible-el1ith, they plant roots of goodness, innumerable and boundless, in various realms, such as those of Buddhas, enlightening beings, disciples of Buddhas, individual illuminates, of Buddhist doctrines, and of sentient beings, causing the determination for enlightenment to grow more and more. Their kindness and compassion broad and great, they observe impartially. They accord with and practice the deeds of the Buddhas, embracing all pure foundations of goodness. Entering the truth, they assemble virtuous practices, carry out great works of charity, and cultivate meritorious qualities, looking upon the past, present, and future as equal. Great enlightening beings dedicate such virtues to omniscience, aspiring to always sec the Buddhas. They associate with good companions and live among enlightening beings. Constantly keeping their minds on omniscience, they accept and hold the Buddhist teachings, conscientiously protecting them, and educate and develop all sentient beings, their minds always dedicated to the path of emancipation from the world. They provide for and serve all teachers of truth. You understanding the principles of the teachings, they retain them in memory, they cultivate and practice great vows, causing them all to be fulfilled. Thus do enlightening beings amass roots of goodness, accomplish roots of goodness, develop roots of goodness, contemplate roots of goodness, concentrate on roots of goodness, analyze roots of goodness, delight in roots of goodness, cultivate roots of goodness, and abide in roots of goodness. Once enlightening beings have amassed various roots of goodness. 542 The Flal Crona 111 ELLT Scripture. In this way, they cultivate the practices of enlightening beings by means of the results of these roots of goodness. In every successive moment they sec innumerable lutas, and serve and provide for them in accordance with their needs. They provide innumerable jewels, flowers, garlands, garments, parasols, banners, pennants, adornments, servants, beautified places, perfumes, powdered incenses, mixed scents, burning incenses, profound faith, aspiration, pure minds, respect, praise, honor, jeweled scats, flower scats, incense scats, scats of garlands, sandalwood scats, cloth scats, diamond scats, crystal scats, precious streamer scats, jewel-colored scats, bejeweled parks, flowered parks, perfumed parks, parks hung with garlands, parks spread with robes, jewel-studded parks, parks decorated with streamers of all jewels, parks with trees of all precious substances, parks with balustrades of all precious substances, parks covered with nets of chimes of all jewels, palaces with all precious substances, palaces with all kinds of flowers, palaces with all kinds of incenses, palaces with all kinds of garlands, palaces of all kinds of sandalwood, palaces with stores of all kinds of aromatic resins, palaces of all kinds of diamonds, palaces of all kinds of crystals, all extraordinarily fine, surpassing those of the heavens, innumerable trees of mixed jewels, trees of various fragrances, trees of precious raiment, trees of music, trees of fascinating jewels, trees of gem-studded streamers, trees of precious rings, trees adorned with banners, pennants, and canopies with the fragrances of all flowers. Such trees, with luxuriant foliage reflecting, adorn the palaces also are adorned with countless lattices, windows, doors, balconies, crescents, and drapes, countless nets of gold covering them, countless perfumes wafting throughout them scenting everything, and countless robes spread on the ground. Enlightening beings reverently present these offerings with pure-minded respect to all Buddhas for countless, incalculable cons, never never ceasing, and after each Lutta dies they also respectfully make similar offerings to all their relics, in order to induce all sentient beings to develop pure faith, to embody all foundations of goodness, to be freed from all suffering, to have broad understanding, to be arrayed with great adornments, to be arrayed with infinite adornments, to consummate all their undertakings, to know how rare it is to meet a Buddha in the world, to fulfill the immeasurable power of the enlightened, to adorn and make offerings to the tombs and shrines of Buddhas, and to maintain the teachings of all Buddhas. Their offerings to living Buddhas and to their relics after death could never be fully told of even in an incalculable period of time. Such cultivation and accumulation of immeasurable virtue is all to develop and mature sentient beings, without retreating, without ceasing, without wearying, without clinging, free from all mental images, without stopping anywhere, forever beyond all dependence, detached from self and anything pertaining to a self. They seal all aspects of their activities with the stamp of truth, realize the birthplaces of things, abide in the 10 dedications 543 abode of Buddhahood, and observe the nature of birthlessness definitively mark ing all objects. In the care of the Buddhas, they set their minds on dedication in accord with the essential nature of things, dedication entering into the uncreated truth yet perfecting created expedient methods, dedication of techniques discarding attachments to concepts of phenomena, dedication abiding in countless enlightening skills, dedication forever departing from all realms of existence, dedication of expedient application of practices without sticking to forms, dedication embracing all foundations of goodness, great dedication purifying the acts of all enlightening beings, dedication rousing the will for enlightenment, dedication aliving with all bases of goodness, dedication fulfilling supreme faith. When enlightening beings dedicate such roots of goodness, though they go along with birth and death they are not changed, they seek omniscience without ever retreating, while being in the various realms of existence, their minds are undisturbed, they are able to liberate all sentient beings, they are not stained by compounded things, they do not lose unimpeded knowledge, their fulfillment of causes and conditions of enlightening beings' practices and stages is inexhaustible, worldly things cannot change or move them, they fulfill the pure ways of transcendence, they are able to accomplish all knowledge and power. Thus do enlightening beings get rid of the darkness of ignorance and folly, develop the will for enlightenment and reveal its light, increase pure ways, dedicated to the supreme way, fulfilling all its practices. With clear, pure intellect they are able to skillfully analyze and comprehend all things as appearing according to the mind, they know deeds are like illusions, results of deeds are like paintings, all activities are like magic tricks, things born of causes and conditions are all like echoes, and the practices of enlightening beings are all like reflections. They produce the clear, pure eye of reality, seeing the vast realm of the uncreated, realizing their null essence, they understand the non-duality of things and discover the true aspect of things. They fulfill the practices of enlightening beings without attachment to any forms. They are able to carry out all commonplace acts without ever abandoning pure principles and practices. Free from all attachments, they remain unattached in action. Thus do enlightening beings think flexibly, without confusion or delusion, without contradicting facts, without destroying active causes, dedicating as is appropriate, with clear perception of real truth. They know the inherent nature of things, yet by the power of skill and means they accomplish results of action and reach the other shore. With knowledge and wisdom they examine all things and attain knowledge of spiritually one cultize. The virtues of their deeds are carried out without striving, in accordance with their free will. Enlightening beings dedicate roots of goodness in this way because they want to liberate all sentient beings, keep the lineage of Buddhas 544 the flower ornament scripture unbroken, be forever rid of demonic activity, and see Om CNC. Their boundless aspiration is never discarded, they detach from mundane objects and cut off all mix-up and defilement. They also wish for sentient beings to attain pure knowledge, enter deeply into the techniques of liberation, depart from the state of birth and death, attain the basis of virtues of Buddhahood, forever end all delusive activities, stamp all actions with the seal of equanimity, determine to enter null edge of all ways of liberation, and accomplish all transmundane qualities. This, zero child of Buddha, is called enlightening being's second dedication, indestructible dedication. When enlightening beings abide in this dedication, they get to see all the countless Buddhas and master innumerable pure, sublime teachings. They attain impartiality toward all sentient beings, and have no doubt about anything. Strengthened by the spiritual power of all Buddhas, they overcome all demons and forever get rid of their influence. They achieve noble birth and fulfill the will for enlightenment. Attaining unhindered knowledge, they can expound the meanings of all doctrines without relying on another for understanding. They are able, following the power of imagination, to enter all lands, illumining sentient beings everywhere. They cause them all to become purified. Great enlightening Baings, by the power of this indestructible dedication, embody all foundations of goodness and dedicate them in this way. Then Diamond Banner, spiritually empowered by Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, enlightening beings, having attained indestructible will, carry out all good works, therefore they are able to make the Buddhas rejoice. Those who are wise dedicate this. Making offerings to infinite Buddhas, giving charity, with self-control, they subdue their senses, out of desire to benefit all sentient beings, to cause them all to be purified. All sorts of beautiful, fragrant flowers, innumerable different splendid robes, jeweled canopies and adornments, they present to all the Buddhas. Thus do they make offerings to Buddhas for countless, unthinkable cons, reverent, respectful, always rejoicing, they never have a thought of weariness. Dedications 545. They concentrate their thought on the Buddhas, the great bright lamps of all worlds. All the enlightened ones of the 10 directions appear before them, as though face to face. For inconceivably infinite cons they give in all ways, their minds never weary. For hundreds of millions of cons they practice good principles in the same way. After the Buddhas become extinct, they make offerings to their relics, tirelessly, with various fine adornments for each they set up inconceivably many shrines. Built in incomparably excellent forms, adorned with jewels and gold, the shrines are magnificent, big as mountains, their number countless billions. Having made offerings with pure minds, with respect, they also conceive the will to gladden and benefit others. For inconceivable cons they stay in the world, rescuing sentient beings and liberating them. They know that sentient beings are illusory and do not discriminate among them, yet can differentiate the faculties of beings and act for the benefit of all the living. Enlightening beings cultivate and build up virtues vast, extensive, incomparably supreme, understanding they're essentially not existent. In this way they dedicate them all with certainty. Observing all things with supreme knowledge, there's not a single thing that's born. Thus do they provisionally cultivate dedication, virtue infinite, inexhaustible. By this means they purify the mind, equal to all the Luddhas. This power of skill in means is inexhaustible, therefore felicitous results have no limit. 546. The flower ornament scripture initiating the will for unsurpassed enlightenment, without depending on anything in the world. They go to all worlds in the 10 directions and are not hindered by anything at all. Buddhas appear in the world because they want to guide beings' minds. They examine the true natures of their minds and discover they ultimately cannot be found. All phenomena, without exception, are included in thusness, with no essential nature. Dedicating with this pure eye they open the prison of birth and death in the world. Though they purify all existences, yet they do not have a notion of existences. They know the nature of existence has no existence and purify the joyful mind. They depend on nothing in one Buddha land, or in any Buddha lands, and they are not attached to conditioned things, knowing their phenomenality has no basis. Hereby they cultivate omniscience, hereby highest knowledge adorns them, hereby the Buddhas all rejoice. This is enlightening beings' work of dedication. Enlightening beings focus their minds on the Buddhas, their supreme knowledge, wisdom, and means. Like Buddhas, they depend on nothing at all. May we accomplish these virtues. Concentrating on saving all, they cause them to abandon evil deeds, thus benefiting sentient beings. They contemplate attentively without abandoning them. Abiding in the state of knowledge and guarding the teaching, they do not take nirvana by other vehicles. They only vow to attain the Buddha's unexcelled way, This is the dedication of enlightening beings. TM Dedications 54:7. They do not grasp the fabricated unrealities spoken of by sentient beings, but though they do not rely on speech, still they don't cling to wordlessness. All the enlightened ones in the 10 directions comprehend all things without exception, but though they know all things are empty, void, they don't produce a notion of voidness. With one adornment they adorn all, yet don't discriminate phenomena. They enlighten all living beings. ALL is without inherent nature, without objectivity. What is great enlightening beings' dedication equal to all Buddhas? Here the enlightening beings follow and cultivate the path of dedication of the Buddhas of the past, future, and present. When they practice Ce and Liar and the path of dedication in this way, when they perceive any objects of sense, whether pleasant or unpleasant, they do not conceive like or dislike. Their minds are free, without faults, broad, pure, joyful, blissful, free from all sorrows and troubles. Their minds are flexible, their senses are pure and cool. When great enlightening beings gain such peace and bliss, they become even more determined, dedicating their determination to the Buddhas, with these thoughts: with the roots of goodness I am now planting, I vow to cause the bliss of the Buddhas to increase more and more, that is, the bliss of the inconceivable abode of Buddhas, the bliss of the peerless concentration of Buddhas, the bliss of unlimited compassion, the bliss of liberation of all Buddhas, the bliss of vast, ultimate, immeasurable power, the bliss of tranquility detached from all cognition, the bliss of abiding in the state of non-obstruction, always rightly concentrated, the bliss of carrying out the practice of non-dualism without change. Once the great enlightening beings have dedicated their roots of goodness to the Buddhas, they also dedicate these virtues to the enlightening beings, that is, to cause those who have not fulfilled their vows to fulfill them, to cause those whose minds are not yet pure to attain purity, to cause those who have not fulfilled the ways of transcendence to fulfill them, to settle them in the indestructible will for enlightenment, that they not regress on the way to omniscience, not give up. Great EFFORT, P reserve ALL the foundations of goodness of the gates of enlightenment, and be able to cause sentient beings to give up conceit, set their minds on enlightenment, fulfill their aspirations, abide in the 548 the flower omamerd scripture abode of all enlightening beings, attain the clear, sharp senses of enlightening beings, cultivate roots of goodness, and realize omniscience. Having thus dedicated their roots of goodness to enlightening beings, the great enlightening beings then dedicate them to all sentient beings, wishing that the roots of goodness of all sentient beings, even the slightest, even seeing a Buddha, hearing teaching, or respecting holy mendicants, for but the time of a finger snap all be free from obstruction, that they reflect on the completeness of Buddhas, on the techniques of the teaching, and on the nobility and importance of the community. That they not be separated from vision of the Buddha, that their minds become pure, that they attain the qualities of Buddhahood, build up immeasurable virtue, purify spiritual powers, give up doubts about the truth and live according to the teaching. As they make such dedication to sentient beings, they also make dedication for the Buddhist disciples and the individual illuminates. Also they pray that all sentient beings forever leave all miserable places like hells, ghosthood, and animality, the netherworld, and so on, that they further develop the supreme will for enlightenment, concentrate their minds on the earnest search for knowledge of all means of liberation, never repudiate the true teaching of the Buddhas, attain the peace of the Buddhas, be pure in body and mind, and realize omniscience. The foundations of goodness of great enlightening beings are all correctly initiated, built up, and developed by great vows, causing them all to expand and to be completely fulfilled. When great enlightening beings live at home with spouses and children, they never for a moment give up the determination for enlightenment. With correct mindfulness they meditate on the real of all knowledge, liberating themselves and others, enabling them to reach the ultimate. Using appropriate means they transform the members of their own households, causing them to enter the knowledge of enlightening beings and causing them to develop to maturity and attain liberation. Though they live together, their minds have no attachments. By their basic great compassion they remain in Homi life, and because of their kindness they harmonize with their spouses and children, with no hindrance to the pure way of enlightening beings. Though great enlightening beings be in home life and dworkat various occupations, they never for a moment give you pthewil for omniscience, that is, whether they are dressing, eating, taking medicine, washing, looking around, walking, standing still, sitting, reclining, speaking, thinking, asleep or awake, whatever they are doing their minds always dedicated to the path of omniscience. They concentrate and contemplate unremittingly, because they want to aid all sentient beings and settle them in enlightenment. With immeasurable great vows they embody countless great roots of goodness, diligently cultivating virtues to save everyone. They forever divorce arrogance and indulgence and proceed surely toward the state of omniscience, never contest dedications 549 seeing any intention of turning to another path. Always contemplating the enlightenment of all Buddhas, they forever abandon all impure ways. Cultivating practice of what all enlightening beings learn, they encounter no obstruction on the path of omniscience and stand on the ground of knowledge. They are devoted to recitation and learning, and collect roots of goodness by means of immeasurable knowledge. Their minds have no affection for any mundane realm, nor are they obsessed with what they practice. They wholeheartedly accept and hold the principles of the Buddha's teachings. Thus enlightening beings living at home cultivate and internalize roots of goodness in every way, cause them to grow, and dedicate them to the unsurpassed enlightenment, which is the essence of the Buddhas. At such a time, enlightening beings, even when they are feeding domestic animals, all make this vow: I should cause these creatures to leave the realm of animality, to be helped and comforted and ultimately be liberated, having forever crossed over the ocean of suffering, eternally annihilating painful sensations, forever removing suffering physical and mental torments, eternally cutting off painful feeling, accumulation of pain, painful actions, the causes of pain, the root of suffering, and painful situations. May these sentient beings all be able to leave these behind. Thus do enlightening beings focus their thoughts on all sentient beings, with their roots of goodness in the forefront. They dedicate them to knowledge of ways of liberation for all beings. When enlightening beings first engender the determination for enlightenment, they include all sentient beings, cultivating the foundations of goodness and dedicating THCN1 to causing all sentient beings to leave the plane of birth and death forever, to attain the unhindered bliss of the enlightened, emerge from the ocean of afflictions, practice the path of the Buddha teachings, to fill everywhere with kindness, to have vast powers of compassion, cause all to attain pure bliss, reserve. Foundations of goodness, Drongar to the qualities of Buddhahood, leave the realms of demons and enter the real of Buddhas, to cut off the seeds of mundanity and plant the seeds of enlightenment, to abide in the truth which is equal in all times. Enlightening beings dedicate all the roots of goodness they have collected, will collect, and are collecting in this way, and form this thought, as the Buddhas and enlightening beings of the past have practiced respectfully serving all enlightened ones, liberating sentient beings so that they be forever emancipated, diligently cultivating and practicing all roots of goodness and dedicating them all without attachment, without depending on form, without attachment to sensation, without erroneous conceptions, without creating fixed patterns, without grasping consciousness, detached from the senses, not dwelling on things of the world, delighting in transcendence, knowing that all things are empty as space, come from nowhere, are unborn and not perishing, and have no true reality, having no attachments. They 550 The flower ornament scripture avoided all discriminatory views, were imperturbable and unaffected by anything, never lost awareness or calm, abiding in reality. Without form, detached from all appearances, all being one, thus they entered deeply into the nature of all things, always happily practiced all-sided virtues, and saw the congregation of all Buddhas just as all those enlightened ones of the past dedicated roots of goodness in this way. I, too, should practice dedication in this way, understand these principles, actualize these principles, and, based on these principles determine to learn and act, not violating the specifics of the teachings, knowing that what is practiced is like illusions, like shadows, like the moon's image in the water, like reflections in a mirror, manifested by the combination of causes and conditions, proceeding thus up to the ultimate stage of enlightenment. Enlightening beings also form this thought, just as the Buddhas of the past, when cultivating enlightening practice, dedicated roots of goodness in this way, and so do and will the Buddhas of the present and future, so too should I arouse my will and dedicate roots of goodness like those Buddhas with foremost dedication, excellent dedication, supreme dedication, superior dedication, unexcelled dedication, peerless dedication, unequaled dedication, incomparable dedication, honorable dedication, sublime dedication, impartial dedication, straightforward dedication, virtuous dedication, far-reaching dedication, good dedication, pure dedication, dedication free from evil, dedication not wrong. Once enlightening beings have dedicated roots of goodness in this way, they accomplish pure action of body, speech, and mind, and abide in the abode of enlightening beings without any faults. Practicing good works, they get rid of evils of action and speech. Their minds are without flaw or defilement, they cultivate omniscience, abide in an immeasurably broad mind, and know all phenomena create nothing. They abide in transmundane states and are not influenced by things of the world. They analyze and comprehend innumerable actions and fully develop skill in means of dedication, extirpating the root of grasping and attachment forever. This is the great enlightening being's third dedication, dedication equal to all Buddhas. When great enlightening beings abide in this dedication, they enter deeply into the acts of all the enlightened ones, proceed toward the supremely wonderful qualities of the enlightened, enter into the profound realm of pure knowledge, do not depart from the works of enlightening beings, are able to distinguish skillful, subtle means of liberation, enter the profound realm of truth, know well the process of practice of enlightening beings, enter the family of the Buddhas, and with skill in means analyze and comprehend all things. Though they appear physically, born in the world, yet their minds have no attachment to things of the world. 10 Dedications 55-1 Then the enlightening being Diamond Banner, spiritually empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, those great enlightening beings practice the ways of dedication of past Buddhas, and also cultivate the practices of all the guides of future and present. They attain peace and case in all realms, praised by all the enlightened ones, their expansive light and pure eyes they dedicate all to the great brilliant sages. Blissful are the bodies of enlightening beings, and so are all their senses, such immeasurable, supremely wonderful bliss they all dedicate to the Supreme. The good ways in the world and those the Buddhas have accomplished, all they foster, excepting none, whereby they joyfully benefit the living. Their joys in the world are infinite, these they dedicate to sentient beings, vowing to cause them all to be filled with the bliss of the human lion. The various raptures known and perceived by the Buddhas of all lands they vow to foster in sentient beings and become great lamps lighting the world. The supremely refined pleasure of enlightening beings they dedicate to all sentient beings, though they are dedicated to the benefit of the living, they have no attachment to dedication. Enlightening beings, practicing this dedication, produce a mind of infinite compassion. The virtues of dedication practiced by the Buddhas they vow to cultivate and fulfill the same way. The subtle bliss of the vehicle of omniscience such as attained by the Supreme, 552 tlzc flower omament scripture as well as the infinite bliss of enlightening practice carried out while they re in the world, the bliss of peace while appearing to be in the world, the bliss of tranquility, always guarding the senses, all they dedicate to sentient beings to cause all to develop unexcelled knowledge. Their work is not physical, verbal, or mental, doesn't exist apart from this, they just destroy ignorance by expedient means and thus develop supreme knowledge. The deeds practiced by enlightening beings build up immeasurable excellent virtues, following the enlightened, born in the family of Buddhas, dispassionate and calm, they dedicate aright. They take care of all beings there are in all worlds of the 10 directions, dedicating all roots of goodness to them, vowing to fill them with the bliss of peace. They do not seek benefit for themselves, they want to cause all to be at case. They have never entertained arbitrary conceptions, they only observe all things to be empty and selfless. To all the true children of Buddha seen by the innumerable Supreme Ones in the 10 directions they dedicate all roots of goodness, vowing to hasten their ultimate enlightenment. The conscious creatures in all worlds they embrace impartially, without exception, with the good works they do themselves they cause those beings to soon become Buddhas. The countless, boundless great vows expounded by the unexcelled guides vow that all Buddha children become pure and fulfill all their aspirations. Observing all worlds in the 10 directions, donating all their virtues to them, they vow to cause them all to be wonderfully adorned, thus do enlightening beings practice dedication. 10 dedications 553 Their minds do not weigh dualistic things, they only constantly realize the non-duality of things. In all things, whether dual or non-dual, they ultimately have no attachments. All the worlds in the 10 directions are sentient beings' conceptualizations, not apprehending anything in conception or non-conception, thus are conceptions understood. The enlightening beings' bodies are purified, so their minds are pure, without blemish, their speech being already pure and faultless, know that their minds are pure, without attachment. Single-mindedly they think of the past Buddhas and also of the guides of the future, as well as the honored ones of the present, they study the teachings they all expound. All enlightened ones of past, present, and future have clear penetrating knowledge, their minds unobstructed, because they want to help sentient beings they dedicate myriad works to enlightenment. Those of foremost wisdom, vast wisdom, wisdom free from falsehood, without delusion, impartial, true wisdom, pure wisdom, and supreme wisdom, explain this way. What is the great enlightening being's dedication reaching all places? Here when the enlightening beings cultivate all roots of goodness, they think, may the power of virtue of these roots of good reach all places, just as reality extends everywhere without exception, reaching all things, all worlds, all living beings, all lands, all phenomena, all space, all time, all that is compounded and uncompounded, all speech and sound, may these roots of goodness in the same way reach the abodes of all enlightened ones, and be as offerings to all those Buddhas, the past Buddhas whose vows are all fulfilled, the future Buddhas, fully adorned, and the present Buddhas, their lands, sites of enlightenment, and congregations, filling all realms throughout the entirety of space. I aspire, by virtue of the power of faith, by virtue of great knowledge without obstruction, by virtue of dedication of all roots of goodness, to present offerings like those of the celestials, filling infinite worlds. Great enlightening beings also form this thought, the Buddhas 554 The flower ornament JT scripture pervade all realms in space, the worlds of all the unspeakably many world systems in the 10 directions produced by various actions unspeakably many Buddha lands, Buddha spheres, all kinds of worlds, infinite worlds, worlds without boundaries, rotating worlds, sideways worlds, worlds facing upward and downward in all worlds, such as these, they manifest the span of life and display various spiritual powers and demonstrations. There are enlightening beings there who by the power of resolution appear as Buddhas in all worlds for the sake of sentient beings who can be taught, with the knowledge of where all paths lead, they reveal everywhere the boundless freedom and spiritual power of the enlightened, the body of reality extending everywhere without distinction, equally entering all realms of phenomena and principles, the body of inherent Buddhahood neither born nor perishing, yet by skillful expedients appearing throughout the world, because of realizing the true nature of things, transcending all, because of attainment of non-regressing power, because of birth among the people of vast power of unobstructed vision of the enlightened. Great enlightening beings, by all the roots of goodness that they plant, vow to make offerings to all such Buddhas, with myriad beautiful flowers, myriad wonderful incenses, garlands, parasols, banners, pennants, clothing, lamps, and all other articles of adornment, and to do the same to effigies, tombs, and shrines of Buddhas. Their roots of goodness they dedicate in this way, with unconfused dedication, single-minded dedication, autonomous dedication, respectful dedication, unshakable dedication, non-obsessive dedication, independent dedication, dedication without the mentality of worldly people, dedication without haste or struggle, dedication with a tranquil mind. They also think, throughout the space of the cosmos, in all ages, past, future, and present, the Buddhas, the world-honored ones, attain omniscience and become enlightened, with innumerable different names, at various times, they manifest attainment of true awakening, all abiding for a span of life, throughout the future, each adorning themselves with the adornments of the realm of reality, their sites of enlightenment and congregations pervading the cosmos, in all lands they appear according to the time and perfo rm the work of Buddhahood. To all these Buddhas I dedicate roots of goodness, I vow to offer respectfully countless canopies of fragrance, banners of fragrance, pennants of fragrance, drapes of fragrance, nets of fragrance, statues of fragrance, lights of fragrance, flames of fragrance, clouds of fragrance, thrones of fragrance, parks of fragrance, shelters of fragrance, worlds of fragrance, mountains of fragrance, seas of fragrance, rivers of fragrance, trees of fragrance, robes of fragrance, lotus blossoms of fragrance, palaces of fragrance, flowers of fragrance, infinite canopies of flowers, and so on, up to infinite palaces of flowers, boundless canopies of garlands, and so on, up to boundless palaces of garlands, incomparably many canopies of powdered incense, and so on, up to incomparably